Back to another edition of History After Dark. Tonight we'll be looking at the first major battle of the American Civil War, the one that everybody knows, and that will be the Battle of First Bull Run, also known in some circles as the Battle of First Manassas. Joining us this evening, we have Sean Chick, who is semi-convalescent, and we have our special guest, our subject matter expert, Kevin Pawlak. So, gentlemen, how's it going?
Great, thank you. Thanks you both. Thanks both of you for having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, good to be on. I did want to like mention a few odd things to warm us up conversation wise, but apparently a Jaws text adventure game was made in the early '80s. Man, have you ever heard about this?
No.
It's like I think it was made for like the Spectrum computer that was big in Britain in the 1980s, and you don't play as a shark hunter, you play as the shark. Uh, And the whole point of the game is to, successfully not die and eat Chief Brody at the very end. And I think at the end of the game it says like you are an absolute killing machine. Like that's your victory screen. And I have to see, the Jaws has had so many bad games. This actually might be the best game I've seen yet for it. Um, but anyways, much better than the Amiga game. You never seen the Amiga Jaws game?
No.
Oh,
I didn't know
that's a
Jaws had such a gaming world to it.
God, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Like it has this, you go down a mini sub, and you're more likely to die from the various octopuses and other things you run into. Also, I never didn't know it, but the ocean beneath the waves looks like an acid trip. And when everybody dies, it just has shows like a dead diver, and it just says, "You have failed. Jaws will kill again."
Oh man. Yeah, no
Yeah,
pressure,
but you gotta,
kids. You gotta win though.
no. Well, I mean, that's nothing compared to oh God, what was his name? Remember Missile Command? You can't actually win. Eventually, they're going to destroy everything, and then it gives that screen. It doesn't say game over. It just has like a an Atari-esque explosion that just says the end. That's it. Yeah. Anyways, so that's all I got for you on the random front tonight.
Right. Yeah, so actually I was talking with Kevin briefly before the stream started, and I guess I'll share this with everybody. So if you go to eBay and you look for Civil War Generals 2, so this is a famous, or I guess well famous within certain circles, game about the Civil War from the late 90s. You actually can get a modern version of that, and the user who produces all of it is called All Video Classic Games. So make sure you get the version by him because he'll send you. I guess he's now upgraded to sending thumb drives with a version of an old game and then I guess a DOS box or another way to play it. So you can just play it on a modern computer, no mods needed. And a lot of times he'll even throw in bonus content. So I ordered Civil War Generals 2 and I got one included just randomly. So I definitely recommend working with him. And yeah, if you do order something from this guy, just mention that you know me because I've ordered a bunch of stuff from this guy. He might recognize the name, so you know, who knows? Maybe he'll throw you some extra stuff too. So anyway, that's a quick plug for that. But in regard to the Bull Run campaign, I was wondering if I guess we should probably start with the. Well, I guess actually, since Kevin, you're new, we should probably start by talking about kind of your background and how you got into this subject and what your I guess career with the Civil War has looked like.
Yeah, sure. So, kind of like you guys. I mean, I started off Civil War young, playing video games and whatnot. Really being interested in that. I'm from Western New York originally, and so the closest Civil War battlefield that we had was Gettysburg. And I like to say my family, when I was 9 years old, we took every American family has to take the trip to Gettysburg at least once in their life. And I think my family thought that's what it was going to be, and it became a multiple visit, and still going back there today. I was just hooked on Gettysburg and everything Civil War. So knew when I was started looking at colleges that I wanted to get into Civil War history and went to Shepherd University just down the road from Antietam National Battlefield, so really became enmeshed in the Maryland campaign. And after, I don't want to say conquering the Maryland campaign because I'm learning new stuff about that campaign every single day, but just kind of broadened my horizons and started looking at other events that took place not only in the Eastern Theater but especially in 1862, which is kind of, I really like focusing on that year with what I read and what I research. And of course, stumbled into, well, not stumbled into, but learned about Second Manassas. I had made a trip to Manassas Battlefield just before going into high school and just fell in love with it. And all these years later now, I live about 2 miles south of Henry Hill in Manassas today, and I work in Prince William County, and so I just can't avoid Manassas. So Second Manassas was one that I was more interested in, and have done a book with the Emerging Civil War series about Second Manassas. But myself and co-author of mine, Rob Orson, are just wrapping up a manuscript on First Manassas for the Emerging Civil War series. And of course, First Manassas is probably of the two battles, is the one that most people are aware of, or at least when most people come to visit Manassas National Battlefield, they're going to want to see sites related to First Manassas as compared to Second Manassas. So I've always been more of a Second Manassas heavy guy, but I've spent a lot of time the last couple of years with First Manassas and have found it to be just as fascinating for many different reasons, and some of the same reasons certainly as well.
Cool. Yeah, I remember spending some of my formative years growing up in Virginia and being around some of the battlefields there. Petersburg is actually the first one I ever went to. So, yeah,
That's usually
unfortunately,
not one you hear as the first one somebody has gone to, but that's a great park too, as you know, and great battlefield.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting one. And I was actually surprised when I learned later about how it's, pretty far down the pecking order in terms of the fame of the battle. Because I guess, because of growing up around that area, I assumed, oh, well, this is one of the really big battles of the war that everybody knows, but not so much,
It's definitely starting to get its due, I think, but hopefully it gets some more, as it should.
for
Yeah.
sure. All right, so I guess could you give us a little bit of the context leading into the Battle of Bull Run in terms of what both sides are thinking as they're mobilizing, after the secession crisis is playing out. So, what's kind of the strategic calculus by both Davis and Lincoln at this time?
And
Yeah,
one thing,
absolutely.
one
Oh,
thing to
go
add.
go ahead, Sean.
Oh, just a little quick thing to add. Our last video with Civil War, we did 1861 West Virginia,
Yep.
Oh, great.
and I did a little bit about them securing DC. So we've already had the bloodshed in Baltimore, Big Bethel, and Ellsworth's death. Just so you know. Okay.
Okay, all right, excellent. That sounds good. Um, so with the strategic picture, really things don't pick up in Virginia. I'll kind of pick up where you left off with the last video until May 24th, 1861. That's of course the day after Virginia's secession vote is ratified by the citizens of Virginia. So, of course, in the immediate aftermath of the attack on Fort Sumter, April 15th, 1861, Lincoln calls for 75,000 volunteers to put down the rebellion in the southern states. Of course, he asks Virginia for a couple of regiments as well. Virginia will turn down his request, and on April 17th, 1861, Virginia, at least the secession convention, will vote to secede from the Union and join the Confederacy, though that will not become officially ratified until, as I mentioned, May 23rd, 1861. And so that first month when Virginia is technically a Confederate state, but technically not, there's not a lot that goes on. Virginia is forming its own army at this point, but those units are not yet part of the Confederate States Army. And for the Lincoln administration, from a military standpoint, they did not want to upset the balance in Virginia, and so did not move any troops into Virginia until famously Elmer Ellsworth and a body of Union soldiers will enter Alexandria the day after Virginia's vote for secession is confirmed on May 24th, 1861. And at that point, then Lincoln is going to seize, and the Federals are going to seize the high ground in Virginia overlooking Washington, D.C. So this would be the area of where Arlington National Cemetery is, of course, the Arlington Heights, where Robert E. Lee's home was, his pre-war home was, and still stands today. And the Federals are just basically going to get a bridgehead, so to speak, if you will, into Virginia to allow them, because, of course, I think everybody knows, especially by the time that the Confederate capital is moved from Montgomery, Alabama to Richmond, Virginia, that the 100 or so miles between Washington and Richmond is where, as most people viewed it back in 1861, where the battle of the war and where the fate of the war was going to be decided. And so Lincoln, the Lincoln administration, the Federal High Command under Winfield Scott will ensure that they have easy access across the Potomac River from Washington and into Virginia by securing those spots. And then throughout the rest of May into June and even throughout the first few weeks of July, those influx of volunteers, the 75,000 volunteers, are coming into Washington from all points of the compass. As far as the Federal Army is concerned, that will comprise Irvin McDowell's army at First Manassas. It's going to be troops from as far west as Minnesota, but mostly troops from New York, some from Wisconsin, none from Pennsylvania, interestingly enough. So soldiers from some of the larger eastern states, with the exception of Pennsylvania, that will come into the nation's capital and slowly be formed into McDowell's army. Now, to flip to the Confederate side, for the Confederates, Robert E. Lee is going to be in charge of all Virginia state forces at that time. Lee is going to be instrumental in conforming Virginia's strategy to Confederate strategy, which at that point early in the war, Jefferson Davis's strategy was really to protect the entire border between the United States and the Confederate States. And so that did not involve, in many cases, a large concentration of Confederate troops, but instead smaller groups of Confederates that were at multiple points along the border of the Confederacy. Now, of course, the border of the Confederacy, by this point, at least in Northern Virginia, had already been breached. And so what Lee and others found was that the best defensible terrain west and south of Washington, D.C., was behind a stream called Bull Run, about 25 miles south and west of Washington. That was the best defensible terrain, the best place to put up a fight in Northern Virginia. And, of course, it was within maybe a long day's march of Washington, D.C., and so that put pressure on the Lincoln administration, political pressure on the Lincoln administration to have to do something. It looked bad for Lincoln this early on in his administration to have a body of Confederate soldiers within, again, a long day's march of Washington. So the two forces will clash as they are building. The Confederate force, of course, under the command of Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard, that I know Sean knows all about, is going to take command of the forces centered around Manassas Junction and behind Bull Run, and he is supposed to work in conjunction with another Confederate army, the Army of the Shenandoah, under the command of Joseph E. Johnston, that was posted in the areas around Martinsburg and Winchester and Harper's Ferry in June 1861. And those forces were connected, of course, by railroad, by the Manassas Gap Railroad, which was one of the two railroads that formed Manassas Junction. And it was expected that whichever army was threatened most by the Union armies operating in the area, of course, you'll have Irvin McDowell's army operating out of Washington, and an army under the command of Robert Patterson operating out of South Pennsylvania and Western Maryland into the lower end of the Shenandoah Valley. So the Confederate plan was for these two armies to be able to join together and come together should either one of them be threatened. And, of course, they were connected by the Manassas Gap Railroad, which would prove to become a vital piece of the story of the First Manassas campaign and the Battle of First Manassas as well. Now, one last point I'll make about the strategic overview and the strategic situation from the federal perspective is, of course, Lincoln is under political pressure to drive, well, not only to drive the gathering Confederate forces away from Washington, D.C. and away from Manassas Junction, but just simply to end this thing quickly and bring the southern states back into the United States. And so when Lincoln had called for 75,000 volunteers, the terms of enlistment for those 75,000 volunteers was only 3 months. Now, that's not so much the idea that this is going to be a quick war, that's simply the legal boundaries that Lincoln could operate under when it came to calling up militia for national service. But if you do the math, from April 15th, 1861, April to May, May to June, June to July, by mid-July, the earliest of those volunteers, their 3-month enlistment terms are starting to expire. And so there was great political pressure to not waste these volunteers that have signed up to join the United States and to crush the rebellion, to let them go by the wayside. And so there's pressure to start moving by early July. There's a lot of discussions among the federal high command, Lincoln himself, Secretary of War Simon Cameron, of course General-in-Chief Winfield Scott, and the man who will ultimately be charged with taking command of the Federal Army that's supposed to dispatch the Confederates from Manassas Junction, and that is Irvin McDowell. There's a few different plans that they toss around, but all of them ultimately center on Robert Patterson trying to pin down Joseph Johnston's army in the Shenandoah Valley, while McDowell moves out from Washington to confront Beauregard somewhere in the vicinity of Manassas Junction. But why timing is such of the essence is not only because these 3-month enlistments are expiring, but there's a growing political cry and cries from newspapers, the famous cry of "On to Richmond," that is going to apply more public pressure to the Lincoln administration. In fact, Horace Greeley with one of the New York newspapers, I'm forgetting exactly which one off the top of my head, but of course it's going to have the... What's that?
It's the Tribune.
Thank you. Yes, the Tribune.
I have it right here real quick. From June 26th to July 20th, every front page said, not necessarily in like headlines, but every front page said, "The nation's war cry, forward to Richmond, forward to Richmond."
Yes, so there you go. That's the famous... Yeah, forward to Richmond. I didn't realize it was every day. Talk about some pressure, right, from one of the nation's largest newspapers.
Greeley. I mean, you can make the case that Greeley. I mean, this is the New York Times of its era.
Oh yes, yes, very much so, absolutely. And of course, part of the reason that I think Greeley and others were pushing this on to Richmond, forward to Richmond from June 26th to July 20th, is that the Confederate Congress was going to convene in Richmond for the first time on July 22nd, 1861. And part of that "On to Richmond" cry is to not let the Confederate Congress convene in Richmond to lay out some legitimacy for those seceded states and for the Confederacy itself. So just like any campaign, there's a lot of political ramifications going on as well that drive these, but the pressure on the Lincoln administration to act is what's ultimately going to push McDowell's army out from Washington, D.C. and out from Northern Virginia toward Manassas Junction beginning on July 16th, 1861.
All right. So I guess, now that we're pretty much slated for a clash of forces, could we do a little bit of a detour to talk about Robert Patterson a little more, because this is a guy I've never really encountered, and I guess he probably doesn't seem to have much of a role in the rest of the war. So, could you tell us a little bit more about Robert Patterson?
Yeah, absolutely. So Robert Patterson commanded the Army of Pennsylvania. Patterson was an old soldier. He had fought in the War of 1812, the Mexican War as well. And he really, not to spoil the story, but I guess I will, he really became the scapegoat for the Federal defeat at First Manassas, which is why you don't hear about him in the course of the rest of the war. But the Army of Pennsylvania came together in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, is where they were predominantly formed. They moved across the Mason-Dixon line to Williamsport, Maryland, and Hagerstown, Maryland as well. and clashed and actually drove Johnston's army back just by their sheer presence in Western Maryland, back from positions around Harper's Ferry and along the Potomac River itself, further up the valley to Bunker Hill, which is now West Virginia, Martinsburg, and even as far back as Winchester as well. There's a lot of, I mean, if for your listeners, if you're really into reading the correspondence, a lot of this correspondence you can find in the official records, but there's a lot of back and forth between Patterson and Winfield Scott about exactly what is Patterson's plan, exactly what is Patterson supposed to do. There was talk of moving Patterson east toward Leesburg from Harper's Ferry to try and link up with McDowell's army. There's, of course, what they'll ultimately settle on is Patterson is supposed to keep Johnston's army pinned down in the Shenandoah Valley. And the two sides will clash a couple of different times, most notably on July 2nd, 1861, at a very small little clash, but an interesting fight that's known as the Battle of Falling Waters, which is going to involve some of the brigade under the command at this point of Thomas Jonathan Jackson. He's not yet Stonewall Jackson. But ultimately, even as late as July 18th, 1861, when Johnston was trying to slip away, basically dupe Patterson into believing that Johnston, that he was still out in front of Patterson. Patterson believed that he had Johnston bottled up in the Shenandoah Valley and contained. And in reality, most of Johnston's army by that point was heading from Winchester across the Blue Ridge Mountains at Ashby's Gap and down toward modern-day Delaplane. It was known as Piedmont Station in July 1861 to begin loading the infantry of his army onto trains onto the Manassas Gap Railroad and being sent east. So Patterson, very often, just in general histories, you'll see gets the raw end of the deal. He's just viewed as old and incompetent. Not quite the case. He did have some issues with his command as well, with those 3-month enlistments. A lot of the enlistments were expiring. A lot of these troops were Pennsylvania soldiers. They were just leaving his army and going back home, or threatening to do that at least. And so Patterson had a lot more to consider than just Johnston out there in front of him. And again, he had conflicting orders as well. I shouldn't say conflicting orders, but at least orders that weren't necessarily clear when they were given to him in June and July 1861. And so ultimately, Patterson's going to be the biggest fall guy and scapegoat of the federal defeat at First Manassas. And of course, once later on into 1861, early 1862, the Joint Congressional Committee on the Conduct of the War is going to be formed. There will be hearings about the federal defeats at Ball's Bluff and at First Manassas. And the findings of that committee are, again, basically going to blame Patterson that in claim that the Federal Army might have won at First Manassas had it not been that Patterson had allowed Joseph Johnston's army to leave the Shenandoah Valley and to join Beauregard's forces at Manassas Junction.
Huh.
Patterson, further thinks to his army lacks wagons, artillery, but so does McDowell in both cases. In fact, McDowell, I think, has only like 6 batteries or something in his army. I mean, it's not nearly
Yeah,
the
it's a
kind of.
very small number and very little cavalry for both as well, which is a
Oh
problem.
God, minuscule amount of cavalry. They're led by Palmer. I remember that, and I know that because we're talking about Civil War generals. I remember when I first played Bull Run, and I was like, "Look how just tiny this Federal cavalry brigade is! Like 300 men or something." Same thing when you play Battleground Bull Run. Then Patterson also lacks cavalry as well. Um, One thing that that I do have here, because for this to when I was reading was Beatty's Army of the Potomac, Volume One. He does note something interesting though, that Patterson had no West Point men amongst his colonels, but a higher percentage of Mexican War veterans, and he has like a number of officers who are considered to be pretty decent commanders. Some of whom will have some very good records later on, most notably George Thomas. But yeah, this is an army that, much like the rest of these, is just not prepared for this. you know, and those deficiencies in cavalry, of course, are going to really affect the scouting for the Union.
Yeah, that's just one of many problems that the Federals are
Yeah.
going to have, as you said, Sean. But especially, I really do think that the lack of cavalry really did play a role in hampering the efforts of both Federal armies during this campaign. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, yeah. So, all right. That's all I got, by the way. Go ahead. Just want to add that about Patterson's force. All right.
And it should be noted about Patterson too. A lot of his staff were of the opinion that Patterson should not engage Johnson, but should pull back, and by pulling back toward Charlestown, which is now West Virginia, and Harper's Ferry, that they would be in close enough contact with Johnston's army.
Mm.
So Patterson's being told by his staff officers, one of whom was Fitzjohn Porter,
Yeah.
who's of course a respected soldier at that point.
Yeah. Do you think Porter? How? I mean, I've read things like such as in this Beatty book. There, he essentially makes it sound like Porter's really the one running this operation. Do you think that's an overstatement? Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Porter did have an important role on his staff, if I remember correctly. I think he was his adjutant, which of course plays a large role on the
Yeah.
staff. But it's ultimately Patterson's call. He's the commanding general. But I think this goes for a lot of Civil War battles. I think that staff work and the opinions that staff officers had and what they expressed to their generals often gets overlooked. But I think generals took the opinions of their staff officers very seriously. And I think Patterson listened to them at this point. But again, he's ultimately the one with the final say.
Right. So I mean, overall, would you say Patterson was still spry at this time, or do you think that he actually was too old, as his detractors said?
Yeah, that's a good question. I I certainly don't think he's not described as somebody like Winfield Scott, who's too large to mount a horse, which is a little bit overstated. But Scott was certainly more feeble at that point. Patterson, I don't get the sense was immobile or anything like that. He was, I mean, he was an older general in the Union Army. Again, his service went back all the way to the War of 1812. And of course, the Civil War is a vastly different war than the War of 1812. So no, I don't know if Patterson was as, like I said, immobile as Scott or as feeble as he might have been, because Patterson himself was able to take the field, whereas Scott was not. So
Right.
Mm. I know the army, like you said, like the forces might be leaving any moment. Morale was, of course, going up and down. I think there were arguments with subordinates as well. Some of whom wanted to push on. Other ones, of course, like you said, the staff didn't want to. And a staff, of course, is extremely important. It is the military family, and a staff officer who feels that they're being ignored or is not close to their general typically either is going to get transferred or asked to be transferred. You know. So, anyways, so wait, do you have any other notes for Patterson?
one thing I will say, this might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I mean, when you look at the Confederate order of battle and specifically the Confederate units that are engaged on July 21st, 1861, the
Mhm.
lion's share of them do come from Joe Johnston's Army of the Shenandoah. So in that respect, you could say it's easy to blame Patterson, like the Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War did. What I would also say, though, is when Johnston's army comes east to join Beauregard at Manassas Junction, that gives the Confederates roughly 33 to 35,000 men. Of course, as you guys know, Civil War numbers are never exact, which does it does equal or pretty darn close to the strength of McDowell's army. But McDowell wrote about that he knew, or at least he believed, the Confederate army was about 35,000 men anyway. And so it didn't really change his calculus at all in terms of what he thought he was going up against.
Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know McDowell thought the rebels were that close to being equal. Okay, interesting. And yeah, you're right. That's right, because all the brigades Johnston brings will be seriously engaged. Jackson, Bartow, B, and Smith.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah, really the only Confederate brigades that do any heavy fighting that are part of Beauregard's army would, of course, be Evans's brigade, part of Cook's brigade, um, some of Early's
early.
brigade, and yeah, I think that's about it. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody else.
I think part of Ewell, if I'm not mistaken, some of the Alabama regiments. But yeah, like
Yeah, you
Bonham,
might be right. I think yeah,
but like Bonham, Longstreet, they're not going to see any action really, at least at this part of at least in this part of it.
yeah. The major there is some action down along the Confederate right, but it's not serious action compared to the
Yeah,
famous places like Matthews Hill and Henry Hill and Chin Ridge and whatnot.
yeah. All right. So do you want to proceed to uh, McDowell getting the orders to move out? Because I know in the case of the Confederates, what they're mostly doing is concentrating on training and organizing. Which is no minor thing. We're dealing with guys who have. I mean, I like to say, Bull Run gets a bit overshadowed later on, but I mean, Beauregard and McDowell are about to lead the largest armies that any Americans ever led. Washington never led anything of this size, in a
Yes,
battlefield.
yeah, that's absolutely right, and I think that's a very important piece to consider. Is I mean, I don't have the stats off the top of my head, but you have to think 35,000 men moving in one mass had to have been in the top 10, top 15 largest cities in the United States at that point. Um,
Wow,
and
God, I didn't. That does make. Oh yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, I didn't
yeah,
even.
and like you said, I mean, especially for somebody like McDowell who'd never led probably more than 100 men in his life. Um, all of a sudden just being asked to lead 35,000 men, and it's not 35,000 soldiers. I mean, yeah, technically these guys are soldiers, but in the gosh, well over 90% of them had never seen combat before and never been shot at before at this point. So it's really amazing that McDowell and Beauregard and Johnston were able to get their armies to fight at all at First Manassas on July 21st, 1861, because of all that.
Yeah, I've seen that point made about with McDowell because the Union loses, so it gets tried. But one person's like, "Wow, the ability to turn units out uh, relatively quickly to fight in a major pitched battle." And of course, the unit quality is all over the place. One of the units that I took some interest in a while back just to read up on was the Marines will have a unit in McDowell's army,
Hmm.
and they have almost no training, like or very minimal. Um, that's one of the reasons why in the fight they actually are kept with the artillery to support the artillery and not sent straight into the teeth of battle because they don't consider them reliable. Which is still stuns me in some ways that they sent him in. They're never going to fight another major battle like that again. By the way, either.
Yeah,
Um,
I think the Corps was kind of embarrassed by their performance, and even today you see there are some sources that talk about. There's one Confederate source that mentions the dead Union soldiers that they found closest to the Confederate lines were United States Marines, and see a lot of Marines pointing to that source to say, hey, look, the Marines fought better than they did. Um,
oh
I don't
wow.
really think, from a lot of what I've read, the Marines broke pretty quickly, and that's not a knock against the Marines at all, because exactly like you were saying, Sean, these guys were not trained. Certainly, of course, not trained Marines in the sense we think of today, but they were not. They were just as green as everybody else. I mean, yeah, they were
Yeah.
United States Marines and they were soldiers in the regular army, but they had joined in the last few months as well.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So no, it's a miracle these armies can even just go forward in some ways, and especially reading about the wagons, and of course these armies are learning about logistics. And another thing too, and this is going back to Shiloh, because Shiloh's a year later, and so the units going in have had more time to drill on the Confederate side, but still, when those Confederate units are marching towards Shiloh, it's the first time they have to make a march where time is of the essence, and they fail. They fail for a lot of reasons. There's problems with some of the terrain, especially the closer you get to Shiloh, gets rougher. It was a very rainy season. The roads were in absolutely wretched condition. And when I say rainy season, there's a study that shows it was the rainiest period in Western Tennessee. It's the rainiest period in Western Tennessee the last 200 years or something ridiculous, at least when the study was written. And then you just uh, you just have guys who, for the first time ever, it's like, no, no, you're not just advancing from one point to the other. You have to actually make a force march where you have to be somewhere at a specific time, and that causes it to break down for the Confederates, and that's a year into the fighting.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I mean, that's exactly what will happen with the Federals as they move out from Washington.
Yeah.
Is they'll have problems with straggling, of course, men leaving the ranks. They do have some discipline problems. They'll basically destroy a town outside of Fairfax called Germantown.
Oh
And
wow.
ultimately, McDowell's objective, once he begins moving his columns out from their camps around Washington on July 16th, is to trap the Confederate. I don't want to call them an outpost, but basically Beauregard had one brigade posted out in front of Bull Run at Fairfax Courthouse. And on July 17th, McDowell hoped to be able to, classic Napoleonic maneuvering of dividing his divisions up, using them or putting them on separate roads so that they didn't bog each other down, and trying to trap this Confederate brigade and get one of his divisions behind it. And that breaks down for many reasons, and ultimately that fight at Fairfax Courthouse really never came to be. There was certainly some skirmishing, but the rewards that McDowell hoped to get out of that never materialized, and the entire Confederate army, at least Beauregard's portion of the army, was able to get back safely behind Bull Run and wait for McDowell to approach it from the other side of the run.
Yeah. So, do you want to move on to the decision to attack, or do you got something else you want to go into before we go?
Yeah, I can go into that a little bit.
Sure. Excellent,
Um,
man.
so what McDowell hoped to do, and this had been his plan even before moving the army out from Washington, was, of course, he wanted to cut the railroads that were there at Manassas Junction. And McDowell hoped to do that. If you're thinking about a map of Bull Run and of the Confederate positions there, he hoped to cut, or at least advance beyond the Confederate right. So this would be south of where the Orange and Alexandria Railroad crossed Bull Run, get behind the Confederate right, and cut off the railroads to the Confederate rear from that direction. But on July 18th, as McDowell's forces were moving forward from Fairfax Courthouse, a couple of things happened all at once. Firstly, his lead division, under the command of Daniel Tyler, moved out towards Centerville, and Tyler then received orders to make a demonstration in the direction of Manassas Junction, but basically not to bring on a general engagement. So to make the Confederates think that he was moving in that direction, but not to forcefully move in that direction to bring on a battle. And ultimately, Tyler will probably bite off a bit more than McDowell wanted him to, and McDowell will become engaged, or excuse me, Tyler will become engaged in fighting that is known as the Battle of Blackburn's Ford, or it becomes known as the Battle of Blackburn's Ford. A lot of the newspapers were reporting it as the Battle of Manassas or the Battle of Bull Run when it took place on July 18th, 1861, but of course it gets overshadowed by the larger events that would take place on July 21st. But regardless, what Tyler ended up discovering by biting off a bit more than he may have wanted to have chewed at Blackburn's Ford, which was really the center of the Confederate line, of Beauregard's line behind Bull Run, was that the Confederate positions there were very strong, and the Confederates were there in force. And at the same time as the fighting at Blackburn's Ford was going on, or really just before that, McDowell himself was personally with his southernmost column under the command of Colonel Samuel Heintzelman. And McDowell was scouting the roads through southern Fairfax County that his army would have to take to get around the right end or the southern end of the Confederate line at Bull Run, and what he found was that the road network down there was horrible. It was not capable of moving an army of 35,000 men on those roads. And the terrain is incredibly rugged down there. It's very much broken terrain. There's a lot of deep ravines, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of creeks to cross. And I'd encourage anybody that if you're in Northern Virginia and you're coming to do a tour of the Manassas battlefield and you have some time, definitely see the highlights of First Manassas. But if you really want to understand what Irvin McDowell was trying to do and why he ended up changing his plan on July 18th, Fairfax County, for as heavily developed as it is, the area that McDowell wanted to move his army through in Fairfax County is still very rural today. And you can drive down those roads. The topography has not changed all that much. And you can see, essentially, in essence, what he saw, which is that this road network was just not capable of supporting his plan. And so that information that McDowell himself gathered, and then what he finds out from Tyler once McDowell will arrive in Centerville in the aftermath of the fighting at Blackburn's Ford, is going to force him to come up with basically a plan B of figuring out, okay, my plan that I had in mind is not going to work for a variety of reasons. It's not going to happen. What else can I do? And of course, one option that he has to throw out right away is he can't just take his army back to Washington, because that's not going to fly. Politically, militarily, he knows that's probably career suicide for him. So he can't do that. And so McDowell spent the next 2 days on July 19th and July 20th looking for other options. And that involved sending out the very minuscule amount of cavalry that were present with him in his army. He sent out engineers as well, including most famously John Bernard, who would eventually become one of the architects of the defenses of Washington itself later on in the war. And McDowell himself went out. He utilized local guides, utilized local maps, however he possibly could, to figure out, if I can't go around the right end of the Confederate line because of the terrain that I have to navigate, and I can't go through the center of the line because, A, we've just sort of tipped our hand as that's the most direct route to Manassas Junction. We've seen that it's a hornet's nest down there, and that Beauregard has heavily guarded the crossings that go directly from Centerville across Bull Run to Manassas Junction. And so McDowell is left with the option of having to look beyond the Confederate left. And of course, that's ultimately, as we know, the option that he would take. And so he focused most of his efforts, his reconnaissance efforts, on the 19th and 20th beyond the Confederate left. And his engineers were able to locate several fords upstream from the left end of the Confederate line, which was the brigade under the command of Nathan Evans, which was posted at the Stone Bridge, which is the bridge that carries the Warrenton Turnpike across Bull Run. And incredibly enough, that was actually the only bridge crossing Bull Run in 1861. If you take out the railroad bridge, not including the Orange and Alexandria Railroad Bridge, but every other crossing of Bull Run was a ford in 1861. But regardless, what McDowell found is, and this is a problem that Beauregard had with only 22,000 men or so that Beauregard had under his immediate command. He could only cover so much of the approaches to Manassas Junction, and he just simply ran out of men to cover enough crossings. And so McDowell and his engineers located crossings upstream from the Stone Bridge, two crossings predominantly that came into play or were at least envisioned in McDowell's plan. And that was Poplar Ford and then, of course, more famously, Sudley Ford, further upstream. And so McDowell's engineers discovered these fords. The issue was that they did not get a good look at the fords themselves in these reconnaissance efforts, because in their movements upstream to find these fords, they were worried that if they moved too close to the stream, they might be detected by Confederate pickets and tip McDowell's hand as to where he was looking. And so, again, they were able to get close enough to know that these fords were relatively undefended and that there were a series of roads that could carry McDowell's army beyond the Confederate left, but they weren't able to really ride the entire route and figure out exactly where these armies were going to go, and so or where these divisions were going to go of McDowell's army. And so by the morning of July 21st, 1861, when McDowell puts his plan into place, and I'll break that down more in just a second, uh, they're utilizing and trusting local guides to move them along these farm roads, undetected primarily, to get them undetected around the Confederate left. And that's going to create a variety of issues as well. But in terms of what McDowell's plan was for Sunday, July 21st, 1861, it's essentially a three-pronged plan. His troops that were posted south of Centerville, some of Daniel Tyler's division, most notably Israel Richardson's brigade, would be posted south of Centerville, watch the approaches from Bull Run to Centerville, essentially act in a defensive and diversionary role to try and keep up a bit of a diversion at Blackburn's Ford to keep the Confederates worried that McDowell might still be trying to cross Bull Run in the Confederate center, the area of Mitchell's Ford and Blackburn's Ford, and even further downstream from there. But then the real crux of McDowell's plan was a two-pronged approach at the Stone Bridge and beyond. And so come about 2 a.m. on the morning of July 21st, his lead division under the command of Daniel Tyler would move west from Centerville on the Warrenton Turnpike and make his way toward the Stone Bridge, where Tyler would truly be in a diversionary role to keep the Confederates' attention focused on what he was doing at the Stone Bridge. And in the meantime, two divisions of infantry, about 13,000 men roughly, divisions under the command of David Hunter and Samuel Heinzelman, were supposed to swing upstream from the Stone Bridge, again utilizing a series of roads and farm roads and farm lanes. And some of these roads they had to cut through the trees themselves to get around the Confederate left, and put those two divisions behind the left end of the Confederate line, cut off the Warrenton Turnpike, and then it's up for debate what McDowell intended from there. But I think just simply get those two Federal divisions in position behind the Confederate left, and then kind of go from there, and really not have a solid plan, but just react to what was going on the battlefield. And so that's ultimately the plan that McDowell settled on. He gathered together some of his division commanders, some of his brigade commanders as well at his headquarters the night of July 20th, 1861, laid out this plan, and then again, beginning at about 2 a.m. on the morning of July 21st, his troops would start moving forward to bring on what became the first major battle of the Civil War.
One thing to note too is the time this is going on, Beauregard is also thinking offensively, and before Johnston even arrived, he had concocted, I say a scheme here. Beauregard's plans a lot of times had a good theoretical basis, but I think at this point he's probably asking too much of the men under his command. But of course, in dramatic fashion, he at one point declared, let tomorrow be their Waterloo. But the main reason I mention all this is because McDowell, occupies Centerville, and as Johnston's forces are arriving, what Beauregard is thinking is attack Centerville, break the line of retreat back to Washington. So on the eve of this turning movement, the Confederate left is held by Evans, who has, I believe, the smallest brigade in Beauregard's army, I want to say.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. And you have Philip St. George. How do you pronounce his last name? Coke, Cock? How do you pronounce it?
I've heard it pronounced as Cook.
Cook, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we got Philip St. George Cook, who is mostly famous for being the only general in this war who will kill himself. Or at least we can confirm. There's another one who's very, very likely, but I won't get into that one. That was out west. And so the Confederates have most of their forces concentrated around Blackburn's Ford. And, as this battle will start, Beauregard has these plans to attack, and his staff work just simply starts to break down. And I don't entirely want to knock Beauregard for this, because I don't know of any general who has a good staff for the first year of this war. But what I would fault him for, I guess, is probably being generally overly ambitious at this juncture. So yeah, most of the Confederate Army is located out on the right, away from the flank. We're talking something like eight, nine, 10 brigades, roughly, somewhere around there.
Yes, yeah. I
Yeah,
think Beauregard has 7 brigades, if I remember correctly, in his army, and of course, by July 21st, portions of the Army of the Shenandoah have already arrived. Jackson's brigade is going to arrive first on July
yeah,
19th, and then you've got B's brigade and portions of Bartow's kind of demi brigade as well that will have arrived by the 21st. So yeah, probably about 10 brigades I think is a good number.
you got 4 brigades from Johnston. It shows here, and oh, when does Holmes arrive? Do you remember?
He is going to arrive. His brigade will arrive that day, the day
Got
of
you.
the
Yeah.
21st. I think about noon, if I recall correctly.
All right. So yeah, so you got most of the Confederate Army is situated over there on the right, trying to undertake an offensive that Beauregard can't handle. Another reason too is that the Federals, their army is organized in divisions. Beauregard's is not. It is at a brigade basis, and that is also not conducive to the kind of offensive action he's trying to undertake. You know. Uh,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, with Beauregard's plan, I think you're right. The staff work was the biggest issue. And those orders were written so early on the morning of July 21st. They were issued so early on the morning of July 21st. By the time they got to commanders, and some of those commanders started to try to decipher what it was exactly they were supposed to do, uh, the battle was already being fought, well off to the Confederate left. But of course, as you know, Sean, it took Beauregard a little while to come to grips with the fact that the battle was being fought on his left, and it was not going to be a Confederate offensive battle, but instead more of a defensive and counterattacking sort of battle.
Yeah, yeah, and like the other one too is like Holmes was assigned to be a division commander to command a kind of like create a division on the fly, an ad hoc division. He never actually gets word that that's what's supposed to happen. Ewell doesn't know that he's supposed to do any kind of advance. He just where he thinks the orders are that he's supposed to only be ready to advance. John Gordon, who of course was in the Sixth Alabama, of course he writes his memoirs later on, said that Ewell was chafing like a caged lion, infuriated by the scent of blood.
Only
And
John B. Gordon can write like that.
yeah, yeah, whatever we say, but the guy, he knows how to craft a sentence.
Very much so. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
That's
Yeah,
probably why he
and
became governor of Georgia.
yeah, probably so,
Yeah,
man.
probably
Probably
right.
so. Yeah, that's actually another reason why, like, when Gordon and Chamberlain meet at Appomattox, I'm like, purple prose, well met.
Yeah.
But but no, they Longstreet will exist in limbo, and Longstreet, for that in his memoirs is mostly positive towards Beauregard, but he believes that, of course, there's a lost opportunity here due to bad staff work and organization. Um, Beauregard himself said he was losing hope at one point. In his own purple prose, says, "My heart for a moment failed me. It felt as though all was lost." And then Johnston, as they start to hear the sounds of battle on the left, of course, tells Beauregard, "The battle is there. I am going." But I guess we can pick it up with the Union advance, unless you guys have any other questions or comments. Oh, I do want to say, I'm sorry, very one last thing. I've been trying to say this. Just so anybody knows, Kevin won't be with us for the entire period when we do most of the super chats, and I'm going to do a little bit about the post battle stuff when McClellan arrives. So if you have any questions for him in particular, just go to the Streamlabs link in the description or the super chats, okay? And
I'll,
I
I'll
would
be
probably
on,
do that within the next 30, 35 minutes, okay?
and
If
I'll be
anybody
on the
wants, if
lookout
anybody
for
has questions.
anything directly addressed to Kevin as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. All right. So, if unless you got anything else, you want to proceed to the attack?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Excellent.
So, oh, go ahead. Do you have something, Sean?
No, no, nothing. I said
Oh,
excellent.
okay. Oh, all right, perfect.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, McDowell is going to, as I mentioned, begin moving his army out of their camps at about 2 a.m. And almost right off the bat, things are going to the timetable. If McDowell really even had a timetable, but things are going to be slower than he certainly hoped right off the bat almost immediately. As Tyler's division was moving west from Centerville along the Warrenton Turnpike, the first wasn't much of an obstacle, it would seem, but the first obstacle that they came to was Cub Run, and there was a suspension bridge carrying the turnpike over Cub Run. One of the guns that was with Tyler's command was a 30-pound Parrott rifle, which you very rarely ever see in the field. Certainly later on in the war, you wouldn't see in the field. This was basically pretty much a siege gun. It was known as Long Tom. Others referred to it, some of the soldiers of the 2nd Wisconsin who were part of Peter Haynes's gun crew on that gun referred to it as Lincoln's Baby Waker. But that gun accompanied Tyler's division to go forward toward the Stone Bridge and was supposed to factor into the fighting there and into Tyler's diversion there at the Stone Bridge itself. So as it was moving down toward the Cub Run Bridge, it was feared that the gun was too heavy to cross the bridge and it would collapse the bridge, and so engineers had to buttress and support the bridge to get the gun across. Of course, that took time. It slowed the column down as well. And finally, that bridge was supported enough to get Long Tom across. Tyler's division would continue its advance throughout the very early morning hours. Sunrise wasn't until about 5 a.m. the morning of July 21st. So for the first few hours, the Federal Army is moving forward in complete darkness at this point. Another thing that slowed McDowell's movement down west from Centerville is the fact that the two columns that would make the long march around the Confederate left, Hunter's division and Heintzelman's division, they were deployed behind Tyler. And so as Tyler moved out slowly to repair the bridge over Cub Run, or at least to build up the bridge there at Cub Run, and then also to feel his way along the Warrenton Turnpike toward the Stone Bridge. Of course, that was a slow process. That slowed the marching columns down, that again comprised about 13,000 men that were supposed to get around the Confederate left itself. So things started to progress slowly for the Federals, but by 6 a.m., Tyler's division was in position opposite the Stone Bridge on the east side of the Stone Bridge. And right at about 6 a.m., Peter Haynes picked out a target, which was likely the Van Pelt House on the opposite side of Bull Run. It was the headquarters of Nathan Evans, who was commanding the Confederate brigade of about 1,100 men holding the area of the Stone Bridge. And Long Tom fired off a couple of shots, and that's what kicked off the Battle of First Manassas, again, right at about 6 a.m. On July 21st. Tyler kept up a loud racket at the Stone Bridge, but after a couple of hours, Nathan Evans, who was an experienced soldier, was becoming wise to the fact that, they weren't being serious. His own men were not being seriously pressed at the Stone Bridge, and he began to look elsewhere for determining exactly what it was that the Federals might be up to. And this is where the very famous story comes in of Edward Porter Alexander, who is at this point a signal officer in Beauregard's army, was 7 miles south of the Stone Bridge at an eminence that also housed a Confederate signal station known as Wilcoxon Hill. Today it's better known as Signal Hill. And he was looking north to communicate with the signal station that he had previously just departed behind the Van Pelt House. And as he was looking north, he caught the glint of a cannon, and then soon caught the glint of another cannon, and then began to spy and see a large body of Federal troops moving beyond Evans's left. And so he immediately sent a message via semaphore flag, via wigwag, to the signal station at the Van Pelt House, telling Evans, look out for your left, you are turned. Now this is what goes down in the history books. By the time Evans received that message at probably about 9:15 or so, or maybe even a little bit before that, Evans was already aware of the fact that the Federals were moving around his left. He had sent pickets upstream as far as Sudley Ford and even beyond that were reporting the sounds of Federals moving on the other side of Bull Run as well. And so by the time Evans received this famous message, he was probably like, well, yeah, duh. Thank you for confirming it. Not to say that that message didn't have anything to do or any importance in the battle. It certainly did. But regardless, it just kind of confirmed what Evans already knew. And it also relayed information. Alexander relayed information about the Federal column moving around the Confederate left to Beauregard and Johnston as well, who were positioned behind the center of the Confederate line, behind Mitchell's Ford, trying to coordinate Beauregard's offensive that ultimately would not come to be. And so what you start to see with this now is a movement of attention by both Army commanders toward the left end of the Confederate line, the right end of the Federal line. And so now Nathan Evans would call for help. He sent word down to Philip St. George Cook's brigade, who's the next brigade down from him, defending Ball's Ford, that Evans was going to need some help. He sent word to Beauregard as well that he would need some help. And in the meantime, Evans made a very fortuitous and important decision in how this battle would be played out. He decided to take, of his 1,100 men, take 900 of his men away from the Stone Bridge, leaving just a very small, meager force at the bridge itself to hold off Tyler. And in the meantime, Evans would take 900 of his men and move them northwest from the area of the Stone Bridge originally to a ridge near the decrepit and falling down former Carter home called Pittsylvania. And then eventually he moved them further west from there to really to the base of Matthews Hill, which ran along Sudley Road. And so if you're looking at a map of the Battle of First Manassas or just visualizing it in your head, where Sudley Road, which is predominantly a north-south road, and Warrenton Turnpike come together, form the center of the battlefield at that intersection. Matthews Hill, Pittsylvania, and most of Evans's position is in the northeast quadrant of the battlefield. So it's east of the Sudley Road, north of the Warrenton Turnpike. And the Sudley Road was the road that the Federals used to cross Bull Run, to cross Cat Harpin Run at Sudley Springs Ford, and then begin making their way south from there to make their way toward the Warrenton Turnpike itself. So Evans's men arrived at the base of Matthews Hill shortly before 10 a.m. Some of his skirmishers advanced north. There's a famous exchange. One of the units in his command was Wheat's Special Battalion of Louisiana Tigers, under the command of Major Roberto Wheat, who's a fascinating character himself. And Wheat's men, as they advanced, were actually fired upon, one of many cases of friendly fire on this battlefield, by members of the 4th South Carolina behind them. And those Louisianans, who were always up for a good fight, instead of just turning around and shouting to the South Carolinians to stop shooting at them, the Louisianans turned around and fired a volley or two back in the faces of the South Carolinians to let them know that they were none too pleased by what was going on. But that gets to a larger point as well. I just want to divert here real quick. The best estimates are that between the two armies there were over 200 different uniform combinations worn on the First Manassas battlefield. So there were, in the Union Army, you had units wearing blue uniforms, gray uniforms, green uniforms, and red uniforms. And in the Confederate Army, you had units wearing blue uniforms, gray uniforms, green uniforms, red uniforms. And so that's going to lead to a lot of confusion on the battlefield. Of course, too, what we know as the Confederate battle flag has not yet been created. That won't come about until later in 1861, and so most of the Confederate units on this battlefield were flying the Stars and Bars, which of course at a distance looks very close to the Stars and Stripes. And additionally, there was very little wind on the battlefield on July 21st, meaning that those flags are not going to be caught by the wind. Instead, they're going to be hanging limp on the flagpoles, and that's going to create visual issues of trying to determine, well, is that the Stars and Bars or is that the Stars and Stripes? And when you factor in all of the battle smoke as well that's not being blown off the battlefield because there's very little wind during the day itself, it's going to lead to plenty of confusion between both sides. And I'm sure we'll touch more on that as we get further along with the description of the battle itself. But everything prior to Matthews Hill, when the fighting really began at about 10 a.m. at Matthews Hill, did not have any indications of being the first major battle of the Civil War. Again, it was some skirmishing across Bull Run. There were some artillery shots fired back and forth, but for the most part, Evans was keeping his command not right along the banks of Bull Run, but behind the hills west of the Stone Bridge to hide the small strength of his command itself. So it's really on Matthews Hill, again, right when it starts at about 10 a.m., where the fighting is really going to start to get serious and pick up and really kick off the first major battle of the Civil War. So any questions at all from there at all, or anything that you guys wanted to add as well?
Yeah, no, no, not terribly much. Just one thing to note about the battlefield, which, by the way, I didn't know there was no wind. That would play a big part in
Yeah, I think it
misidentification.
was only like 2 or 3 miles per hour mostly. So
This
not a lot. And
will
of course, it was very hot that day too, which didn't help anybody either.
Oh yeah, and one of the year, sorry, one of the one things that leads to the creation of that Confederate battle flag is this engagement. Beauregard will end up being the main pusher of it and main designer of it, although not the sole one. You know, but that's because he observed at the battlefield that he couldn't tell one regiment if it was his or not, and that they just needed a flag that could distinguish them from the rest. And of course, that battle flag is not adopted wholesale right away. So, for instance, the Battle of Shiloh, the Confederate units going in have essentially three different flags: blue with a white dot, the blue with a red cross, which is St. George Cross, and then, of course, Beauregard's flag. And so I've read several accounts from Shiloh on April 5th where Confederates talk about on that day when they're in line and getting ready to attack that day or the next day, because originally they were going to attack on April 5th, of staff officers riding by and showing, like, this is the flag of this unit, this is the flag of that one. And apparently that was Beauregard's orders to make sure everybody knew exactly what flag was whose.
Ah,
You know,
Beauregard did, to that point, real quick, I'll just add, Beauregard did have, there were some orders issued the morning of July 21st that some units wore armbands. So
yes,
clearly they did know that there was going to be some confusion, but some units did have armbands to try to identify themselves, and there were watchwords as well that were issued that units could say back and forth to each other to indicate whether they were friendly or not. But
yeah,
yeah,
also
still, that only helped so much.
yeah.
only
That's
helps
a
so much.
that's a
I did. And
really
the last one to note too. That is, I didn't know it was 200 different uniform combinations. I mean, it was a lot, but damn.
Yeah, estimated, yeah, somewhere around there.
I can understand now though why miniature wargamers love this battle.
Yeah, and reenactors too. It's fun to see all the different uniform combinations and whatnot. You
Yeah.
get to wear battle shirts. You don't have to wear wool uniforms too in many instances, or wool
Oh,
jackets.
that's going to be a
So,
plus.
yeah.
yeah.
So that's actually a really interesting point about the flags not flapping in the breeze and how that can help further confusion. I mean, then you got the uniform confusion plus these guys being inexperienced. I mean, yeah, it actually explains a lot in terms of the degree of chaos here. We actually did have a Streamlabs dono that was addressed to Kevin, and I didn't quite catch it at first, but it is
Wait,
directed to
wait. Should
Kevin.
we get that right before? Should we get that at the end though? Like, well, I mean,
Uh,
right before Kevin has to leave.
sure, yeah, we can hold it then. I didn't know
Yeah.
exactly, but yeah, we do have one for Kevin. So
Yeah. Let's just like finish up the battle and any last comments you have, because I know you can't be here forever, and I do have some stuff to cover what happens afterwards, unless you got like more to add on that. But yeah, let's just do them all together at the end, all right?
fair enough.
Or that the right before Kevin has to leave.
Okay.
That works for me.
All right, man. So okay, so now they're in serious battle at Matthews Hill, and how does that go?
Yeah, so Evans is going to. This is one of the great mysteries of the Battle of First Manassas. There's many, as you guys I'm sure know. But Evans' brigade was not posted right at the crest of Matthews Hill itself. Instead, he was really in a swale between Matthews Hill, which was the northernmost hill in that northeast quadrant, kind of north of the stone house, and Buck Hill, which was south of Matthews Hill. And so Evans was kind of down in the low ground behind that. And there's lots of questions as to why that is. Probably it was him, again, just trying to hide his numbers. We do know that he did that at the Stone Bridge. But regardless, it's going to be the federal troops that will mostly be up on top of the crest of Matthews Hill itself. Firstly, the 2nd Rhode Island, under the command of Colonel John Slocum. This is going to be, for those of you who have seen Ken Burns' Civil War, Sullivan Ballou. The major was the major of the 2nd Rhode Island. This is both Slocum and Ballou are going to be killed in the early fighting. Evans himself is not going to just simply stand there or have his men stand there at the base of Matthews Hill and take these blows from the Federals. Famously, Robert O. Wheat is going to charge. Evans believed that he started to see some movement in the Federal lines. Initially, he faced only the 2nd Rhode Island Infantry, but then eventually the rest of the Federal brigade that the 2nd Rhode Island belonged to, which was under the command of Colonel Ambrose Burnside, began to arrive, and there was some jockeying for position among the Federal regiments, and so Evans and Wheat thought they saw a weak point in the Federal line, and that's what precipitated the charge of Robert O. Wheat and his Louisianans. They got within 20 paces of a Federal artillery battery, Reynolds artillery battery, that was posted atop the crest of Matthews Hill. It was some very, very close fighting. Of course, this is famous. Some of those Louisianans were charging forward with long bowie knives in their hands. So some very, very close quarters fighting, but Wheat's charge was ultimately repulsed, driven back. The rest of Burnside's brigade began to deploy about an hour or so into the fight. And now at this point, the weight of Federal numbers is really going to begin to tell. Not only did you have Burnside's brigade being deployed east of the Sudley Road, but Andrew Porter's brigade as well began to get deployed west of the road also. And so Evans is starting to look around for help. He knows he can only hold out for so long. And ultimately, he would find help arriving from the center of the Confederate line. So even while Beauregard hoped that his attack was going to work and try to attack the Federals around Centerville, once Alexander had spotted the Federal column and Evans had sent for help and word that he was moving most of his force away from the Stone Bridge, Beauregard and Johnston did start to send some help up in the direction of Evans's command. And the first help to arrive was the brigade under the command of Brigadier General Bernard B., who brought along a couple of regiments under the command of Francis Bartow as well. But B was really in charge of this force. And this is part of the Army of the Shenandoah, by the way. So Evans is Beauregard's army. B and Bartow are Johnston's army. B deployed his men atop Henry Hill, right around the Henry house itself, believing that that was a better position. And he sent a message to Evans letting him know that he was there and that Evans should fall back to B's position at Henry Hill. But Evans ultimately won out. Kind of a cool little side note. I always forget the order, but B and Evans were familiar with each other, very familiar with each other, I should say, before the war. One of them served as the best man at the other's wedding, and again, I can never remember who was who, whether it was B as the best man at Evans' wedding or vice versa, but regardless, the two were very, very close. And so Evans was able to argue and convince B to move off of Henry Hill and come to support him on Matthews Hill itself. And so now what you're starting to see is more Confederate troops moving to Matthews Hill. And ultimately, in terms of the fighting at Matthews Hill, the Federals had 10 regiments amounting to over 7,000 men involved in the fighting or in the vicinity of the action on Matthews Hill. The Confederates only had 6 regiments and about half as many men. But for a time, the Confederate line extended beyond Burnside's left. This was the 4th Alabama and the 8th Georgia. Burnside continued, though, to extend the Federal left. Portions of Porter's brigade, including most famously the United States Regulars, were brought over to support Burnside's left. and they would ultimately force Evans' men and B's men back. And there's some very serious fighting here. The 8th Georgia, that was the far right of the Confederate line on Matthews Hill, lost 41 men killed and 159 wounded. The 4th Alabama Infantry, that was next to the left of the 8th Georgia, went into battle with about 700 men. They lost 40 men killed and 156 wounded, so 28% losses. Those are two of the highest regimental losses on the Manassas battlefield that would be suffered on Matthews Hill and not Henry Hill. But by about 11:30 or so, Evans and B realized that they could no longer hold their positions at Matthews Hill, and so they pulled back. They were forced back by the growing number of federal troops on the south side and west side of Bull Run, and they pulled back across the Youngs Branch Valley and up the slopes of Henry Hill, and ultimately fell back to the eastern slope of Henry Hill behind a line of newly arrived Virginia soldiers under the command of Colonel Thomas Jonathan Jackson. And Jackson formed up his men, his infantry, on the reverse slope of Henry Hill, on the east slope of the hill, and began to cobble together a line of artillery that ultimately totaled 13 guns out in front of his infantry as a rallying point, essentially, for the Confederate Army. This is by about noon or so, and by this point, Beauregard and Johnston themselves have arrived on the battlefield. They've arrived at Henry Hill, and they too have begun to rally the portions of the Confederate Army that had been driven off of Matthews Hill itself, and began to move and shuttle more reinforcements away from the Confederate right and away from the Confederate center up toward the point where the battle was really being fought at the Confederate left itself. So by about noon, the situation had stabilized. McDowell had some of his units pursuing. McDowell himself, by the way, did accompany the column of Hunter and Heintzelman as they were moving around the Confederate left that morning. But there were some Federal units that did try to attack right of the way. Typically, you'd see descriptions of this battle where it's Matthews Hill, and then there's nothing that happens for 2.5 hours between about 11:30 and 2 p.m. There was some fighting in the area of Young's Branch and the Stone House and the Robinson House as well on the northern shoulder of Henry Hill. But the Federals were never able to get a foothold, secure a foothold on Henry Hill itself. And so over the course of the next couple of hours, that's going to buy time for Johnston and Beauregard to sort out their command situation, which is essentially that Beauregard would remain in tactical control of the Confederate line on Henry Hill, where Johnston would ride back to the rear of the Confederate line and help send the reinforcements that were making their way up toward the Confederate left to wherever they needed to go. And so this buys time for the Confederate line, for the battlefield situation to sort of stabilize, so that by 2 p.m. or so, the situation that appeared to be a Federal victory was now slipping out of McDowell's grasp. And in fact, McDowell, who again was present in the aftermath of the fighting on Matthews Hill, was seen by several of his soldiers riding around, waving his hat, yelling, "Victory, victory, the day is ours," probably believing that simply all he had to do was get a sizable body of his soldiers on the west side of Bull Run, and that would be enough to drive the Confederates back once they recognized that their position had been turned. But of course, ultimately, that was not the case, and Johnston and Beauregard were there to put up a fight on Henry Hill, and that would take us to the climactic action of the Battle of First Manassas on July 21st. But I want to stop, see if you guys have anything to add, too, before we really get into Henry Hill, and any questions that you might have also.
The only thing I have to add, of course, is that that is a switch from Shiloh, where Beauregard will be on the rear and Albert Sidney Johnston will be in the front.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got the Johnstons. That's a good point.
Yeah, no, Beauregard's always under Johnston, one way or the other, right? The other one too is that Beauregard at this time is spending a lot of his time rallying men at the front lines, launching even local counterattacks to keep the Federals off balance. This is something he'll also use at Shiloh on the second day. I also mention this because the picture we're using for this one of the battle that I sent, our thumbnail picture, is of a painting commissioned for the Louisiana National Guard in the 1990s. and that's for the Washington Artillery, and it is Beauregard riding up to them and finding out who they are because Washington Artillery had blue uniforms on, and him saying 3 cheers for Louisiana. So that's what the thumbnail image is Beauregard riding up to Washington Artillery at this point in the battle.
I
Um,
believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, you would know better, but I think Beauregard himself was in a blue uniform that day, was he
yes,
not?
yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Okay,
It's
yep.
a
And of course, Jackson famously was too. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. And which of the Virginia unit in Jackson's army that has the blue uniform?
the 33rd Virginia.
Gotcha. Yeah, and
Yep.
also when I said if he didn't know if they were Union or Confederate, it might just been he didn't even know what unit it was, essentially, you know. But he wrote up to him as like, what unit is this? They go Washington Artillery, and he goes 3 cheers for Louisiana. This is the Washington Artillery's first battle, at least for the first four companies. Company Five's first battle will be Shiloh. But anyway, yeah, Beauregard, yeah, as the painting accurately shows, it's him riding around in a blue uniform himself, which is the uniform that he wore when he was superintendent of West Point, for all
Oh,
3 days.
interesting. That's right. Very brief stint.
Yeah, yeah, briefest stint in the Academy's history to this day. So yeah, so yeah, that and that blue uniform, he's not going to replace it for quite some time, and that's also the painting of his that was done of him at Fort Sumter, which uh, oh, I think his name was Healy was the one who painted it. I'm gonna find that just right quick here. Yes, George Peter Alexander Healy did a portrait of Beauregard. If you find it, you can see that the blue uniform. In that case, it has like the sash and epaulets and the sword and everything. So,
And
anyways,
he's
so
like
no, that's
posing
why I wanted.
heroically in front of the stars and bars, and there's like the bay, the harbor in the background with some cannons.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
I've seen that one.
Healy did not finish the portrait in Charleston. Apparently, he was threatened. He said or something, or I don't know the details of it. Uh, but he was essentially forced to flee, and he finished the painting in Chicago, and that's where it is to this day with the Chicago Historical Society.
Yes, I looked up the painting now. I see which one you're talking about. I've definitely seen that one.
Yeah, yeah, but that's a great way just to get a good idea of like just how um, how like you said how varied the uniforms are for this. But I don't have any other comments. You got anything, Derek?
Um, Not too much. I guess it makes sense why he stuck with that uniform for a while. I mean, it definitely looks fancier than his gray uniform. And from what I understand of Beauregard, he was very much into the fancy uniform look.
Oh yeah, well he used to have tailor-made suits in New Orleans, and I say that because you look at all these pictures of these guys at the Library of Congress and National Archives. Some of you can tell are not visiting tailors. I can always tell Beauregard has a tailor. You know,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, he's got that going on. But I would add one thing. I have this painting that I have in the book that is also in my Shiloh book. It's rarely. Oh, that's in the article I did on him as well. I like to use this paint as much as possible because it's in the Confederate Museum in Charleston, and it was done of Beauregard after he died, done by a Charleston artist. And the painting, if I as I recall, and you can kind of see it in the scan that I have too, in the detail of the painting, the uniform seems to have holes on it, or at least worn parts. And I believe the painter wanted to show that by late 1863, when by 1863 he's in charge in Charleston, the clothing is just getting rattier over time. You know, so I don't know that's just something I kind of noticed in the painting that some of it looked a bit discolored, and I don't think it was just the painting. I think the artist was trying to show that the Confederate uniform necessarily wasn't the pristine affair you see in a Kurz and Allison print. As much as I love those. But in Kurz and Allison prints, everybody shows up in their finest.
Oh yeah, very much so. No dirt, no tears in the uniform, and nothing like that.
Nothing. I love it like as a style. I
Yes, I grew up books with those paintings, that's for sure. But yeah, they're definitely not the most accurate. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and I don't even in defense of them, they would never even claim that they were like
True,
they
true.
try to in many ways their paintings are trying to encapsulate what they consider the essence of the battle, and some of them I think do it quite well in that regard, like Nashville, and some of them do it pretty terribly, like Shiloh. Anyways, so no, I got nothing else, guys.
Oh, while we're on the topic of uniforms, and you mentioned the story of Beauregard riding up and not being aware of which unit he was riding up to. I guess that's a good segue before we really get into the nitty gritty of the fighting on Henry Hill to talk most probably about the most famous instance or the famous story to originate from the Battle of First Manassas, and that's of course Stonewall Jackson getting his nickname. And I always joke that when just the general public comes to Manassas battlefield, I kind of mentioned this at the very start. More people are interested in First Manassas than Second Manassas, and I think there are three things that people generally know about Manassas, and it's the first major battle of the Civil War. Civilians came out to watch the battle, which is not entirely true. We can get into that if we have time. And that's where Stonewall Jackson got his nickname. And so, of course, this story has gone down in legend, still is today. And you'll often see it portrayed as B falling back from Matthews Hill, seeing Jackson's infantry in position on the eastern slope of Henry Hill, and then trying to rally his men from in front of Jackson's line by saying the supposed words, "There is Jackson standing like a stone wall," or "There stands Jackson like a stone wall, rally behind the Virginians." Um, in reality, the story is more best contemporary accounts we have of this. The story is quite different. Bernard B., who was also wearing his blue United States Army uniform that day, was behind Jackson's line. The fighting on Henry Hill had already begun at this point, and B was trying to rally a body of soldiers, and he rode up to a body of soldiers and asked the same thing: asked, "Who are you?" And it was the 4th Alabama of his own brigade, and they said something to the effect of, "Well, don't you know who we are? The 4th Alabama." And B, to try to rally them, said what we think is probably the more accurate telling of this. Rather than "There stands Jackson like a stone wall, rally behind the Virginians," instead what B was recorded to have said by those who would have been in a position to have heard him was, "Yonder stands Jackson like a stone wall, let us go to his assistance." So this event took place later on in the day, behind when B was behind Jackson's line, and of course the story was sort of morphed to the now more famous words that are etched on Jackson's monument atop Henry Hill: "There stands Jackson like a stone wall, rally behind the Virginians." But regardless of which story you believe or what exactly B said, obviously the name stuck. Stonewall Jackson, or Thomas Jonathan Jackson, was forever after known as Stonewall Jackson, and his brigade of 5 Virginia regiments that became the centerpiece of the Confederate defense on Henry Hill forever became known as the Stonewall Brigade after that, because, and thanks to Bernard B., of course. One other bit of controversy I'll get into, if you guys don't have anything to add there, any questions about Jackson.
Nothing except that B dies, so he can never corroborate it.
Yes, correct. Yes, yeah. B is going to be wounded and die the next day. He's wounded in the fighting on Henry Hill. Of course, there's the story as well that B was being negative about Jackson, and this was not a laudatory nickname that he gave him. I think it is, in fact, B is praising Jackson and trying to rally his men. And it makes more sense when you view it in that light of B is behind Jackson's line, and he's trying to rally his men to join Jackson, whereas some of the arguments that have been made that B was being negative about Jackson perpetuate the story that B gave this nickname to Jackson as he and his men were falling back from Matthews Hill, and he sort of said, "There's Jackson standing like a stone wall," as if he's not doing anything to help us.
Yeah.
But in reality, again, the most contemporary accounts place B behind Jackson's line, so it would seem to indicate that he's trying to inspire his men by saying Jackson is standing there like a stone wall. But
Real
you're right,
quick,
Sean. We'll never know 100% for sure because B dies the next day.
yeah, and real quick on that, where does the negative story come from?
If I remember correctly, it comes from one of B's staff officers that repeated the story to, and I think it shows up. I've got the book right. No, actually, I moved that one out of my library at the moment. But if I recall, it appears in John Imboden's article in Battles and Leaders. Um, that mentions that, but it originates from one of B's staff officers at first, but I don't really think it gained any traction during the war at all. I think it was more of a post-war thing, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And Bartow, of course, real quick, when does Bartow die? Just curious, since we mentioned B.
He also dies in the fighting on Henry Hill. So even though, and this is one of the confusing things about trying to piece together this battle, is that in the fighting on Henry Hill, you'll have units that were engaged at Matthews Hill that will break, they'll be rallied, and then portions of them will show up again on Henry Hill. And B and Bartow are going to rally portions of their commands, and that's when both of them are going to be struck down. Is both in the fighting on Henry Hill.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I remember Bartow gets killed after rallying his men. I just didn't know exactly when, but like you said, given with the mix up of the units and the uniforms, which Shiloh is going to be it's pretty bad for that too. So trust me when I say I understand.
Yeah, yeah, it's I've never seen two interpretations of the tactical details, the tactical fighting at First Manassas that are exactly the same. Because like any battle, you can read, two people can read the same source and come to different conclusions, but when the sources written from the same units don't even agree, it's very difficult to try to piece everything together, no doubt.
You know about the Wellington quote about how a battle is like a ball.
I think I have heard that, but it's probably worth saying again.
Yeah, I'll well, if you want to keep on going, I'll find it for a little later. Okay.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, that
Here,
sounds good.
I found it right away. Okay, here
Oh,
you go.
nice.
The history of a battle is not unlike the history of a ball. Some individuals may recollect all the little events of which the great result of the is the battle won or lost, but no individual can recollect the order in which or the exact moment at which they occurred, which makes all the difference as to their value or importance.
It is
Um,
spot on, especially when it comes to First Manassas.
Oh yeah, and I would like to add that if Wellington had not been a great general, he could have been a pretty good writer. He's actually one of my favorite people of that era to read letters and anything else he has. So he's always good for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would certainly agree. He's got a lot of good insights.
maybe he
Yeah, yeah.
inspired a lot of the British generals of World War One and Two because if you look at most of their bios, I mean, most of those guys under different circumstances, almost all of them would have been professors of literature or poetry.
Huh. That we don't have space time for that. I mean, but I think there might be there's definitely going to be there's definitely going to be some element of truth in that for sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, I just think Wellington in particular is just very good with the pen. Like his dispatch after Waterloo is a classic. But anyways, I have nothing else to add or no more questions on my end.
All right, so what we can do, we'll go into the fighting on Henry Hill, and I'll try to break it down. But as I always tell people, I mean, Henry Hill is incredibly confusing. It's a lot of back and forth. If you had been, any of us had been standing there, and 165 years ago almost, be like watching I was going to say a wave of blue and a wave of gray, but it's not even quite that with the different uniform combinations. But it's Confederate troops advancing across the plateau, charging, Union troops driving up out of Sudley Road, driving them back. It is a back and forth fight, but it is brought on by a decision that Irvin McDowell is going to make, a controversial decision that he will make, and it's a decision that we don't know exactly why he made the decision that he ended up making. And the decision that he made that will change the course of the battle was to move at about 2 p.m. or so, to move 11 guns, 11 artillery pieces, onto Henry Hill itself. Under two battery commanders. One was Captain Charles Griffin, the other was Captain James Ricketts. Both men, when they received their orders from McDowell's Chief of Artillery, William Barry, expressed disbelief at the orders that they were being given and displeasure, especially Charles Griffin, who was never afraid of voicing his concerns. And nonetheless, the orders stood, and so 11 federal guns moved forward onto Henry Hill in advance of their infantry support, of course, without any cavalry support as well, and began to engage Jackson's gun line of about 13 guns at a distance of only about 350 yards atop Henry Hill. And I have, in writing the book and putting the book together and reading so many different primary and secondary sources about the battle, I'll share my thoughts on it, at least, as to why McDowell does this. And if you guys want to chime in as well, you're more than welcome to.
I'd be welcome to chime in when you're done because I've run to something I've run to some similar stuff at child.
Okay,
Um,
yes, yeah, I think there are. Well, that brings up a good point. Is I think this is often viewed, this artillery charge, so to speak, as it's an old way of fighting warfare. It's something that was done in the War of 1812, Mexican War, etc., and it just wasn't going to fly on a Civil War battlefield when you have infantry armed with rifles and rifled artillery pieces. In reality, I think that it does happen on other Civil War battlefields. This is not something that happens in July 1861 and then it never happens again. You do see both sides using it on other battlefields. Why I think McDowell used it or decided on this tactic on the afternoon of July 21st is, if you rewind a little bit, once the Confederates were driven off of Matthews Hill, as I mentioned, McDowell is going to order some units. Well, whether McDowell orders it or these units advance on their own, regardless, several Federal regiments did move through the vicinity of the Stone House and advanced east along the Warrenton Turnpike, along the northern shoulder of Henry Hill, and engage with Confederate forces posted around the Robinson Farm on the kind of the northeast corner of Henry Hill itself. All of those attacks were repulsed. Additionally, there was an attack, the first Federal attack against Henry Hill, against Jackson's right, was led by a brigade under the command of Erasmus Keyes, which was part of Daniel Tyler's division, that had come across at a ford several hundred yards upstream from Stonebridge while the Matthews Hill fighting was going on. And Keyes' brigade attacked the northern slope of Henry Hill as well, and was ultimately driven back and repulsed. And so this was something that McDowell knew about as well. I've been able to confirm that McDowell witnessed or at least knew about Keyes' attack. And what I think that McDowell was basically doing was deducing the fact that, infantry advanced east from east along the Warrenton Turnpike and could not drive the Confederates from Henry Hill. We attacked Henry Hill from the north with infantry, and we could not drive them. So let's try something new. Let's attack from the west with artillery that would be supported by infantry. There was infantry supports on the way. It's not like the artillery was just sent up completely alone by itself. It just went first in front of the infantry. But I think it was just McDowell trying something new, trying something that had not been done yet that day, to see if the artillery could be used to drive the Confederates off. I don't think McDowell expected much resistance on Henry Hill, and so he ordered those 11 guns up there, and ultimately it would be maybe the decision that changed the course of the battle itself. But Sean, I know you wanted to chime in, so I'll give you some time as well.
no, I think you got that. I mean, pretty much that it's an old tactic. It had been used effectively before. Now, it'd be interesting someday maybe to go into like evolutions of artillery tactics because this is something that Marlborough could never have done. But Marlborough didn't have mobile artillery. Artillery, though, is much more lightweight by the Napoleonic Wars. So this is a Napoleonic tactic that works. However, it was risky even back then.
Mhm.
And we also have to remember that by the time Napoleon's fighting at Austerlitz, France has been in almost nonstop war since 1792, and many of its enemies have as well. So you're dealing with armies that are highly proficient at killing in a way that these armies most certainly are not. But that being said, the idea of using in artillery at close range, it still gets used during the war. Now, there's one battery that does it at Shiloh. The battery's destroyed. It was a Tennessee battery. I believe it's Polk's Tennessee battery. I forget the exact name, but I think it went by Polk's Tennessee. Not, I think led by a relative of the president. Anyway, that battery's destroyed at Shiloh. They never fight again. They suffer horrendous casualties, and they're disbanded right afterwards. There's the Union battery also got destroyed, the 13th Ohio, but that's a different story. But anyway, so Polk's Tennessee battery eradicated, trying to do something like this. But one thing was similar about this, Kevin, is the same situation. It was as the Confederates had launched successive attacks against Sherman's division at Shiloh Church. He had turned back a full on attack by Claiborne and shredded Claiborne's brigade. A more half-hearted attack by Anderson was turned back. Another attack was turned back, and then the artillery, I think, was just sent up as in, let's just try this. And fails disastrously. But I found two different occasions in the Petersburg campaign where the Confederates used close artillery effectively. At Jerusalem Plank Road on June 22nd, they used it effectively in blasting the Union's second or third position, I forget the exact one. And then especially was used effectively by Willie Pegram at Reams Station. But one has to remember that, Pegram is one of the best artillery commanders. He's leading some of the best Confederate batteries. The train at Reams Station favored it, and plus, he didn't charge the artillery in front of the infantry. The infantry were attacking, and he brought them up for close support and did it very effectively. So the tactic, it should be noted, it wasn't like it was some foolproof thing back then. Nothing in war really is, but it should be kept in mind that in Napoleon's day, this was considered risky. It was used after this battle, and it was used effectively. But that is not going to be the case here.
Yeah, no, those are great points, and I'm glad you brought all those up because, yeah, that's always what I've told people is, again, even me going into it, kind of think this was the only time this ever happened during the Civil War, and it didn't work. And you're absolutely right. It did work, and it could work, and it did work at other places, but here it did not. For a variety of
reasons. The thing she noted is you need the right situation, the right commander, and the right terrain.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
And the other issue I'm not getting the nitty gritties of that, but one thing just to say that one time they did it at Shiloh, it is, I'd say, much my not an expert in Bull Run, but my gut says the Shiloh attempt to do it was actually much more of a mistake. It was a lone battery. The Federals had good terrain. It was like a desperation maneuver, and it backfired horribly.
And I do think there is some of with McDowell's movement, there is some of sort of a maybe a bit of hubris and overconfidence of we've already driven the Confederates back. I think maybe just give them a little bit of a shove, and that's all it's going to take.
I would like to add this too, that it's popularly said that the Confederates doubted their Union adversaries going to the Civil War, which is true. But I'm more looking to 1861. I find lots of evidence of Union soldiers saying the same thing about Southerners, or even going to Shiloh. Like you wouldn't I think half the reason for the surprise at Shiloh is the Union goes into that battle pretty arrogant. They are like, these people are gross. Not gross. These people are they're poor. They're stupid. We've just licked them in like 3 or 4 battles, like Fort Donelson, Mill Springs. Like they can't handle us.
I think that's absolutely true. I think there's a lot of that of just thinking that, Northern might, quote unquote, is going to show up and these Southern farmers are just going to say, oh, no, we can't deal with this. And they're just going to leave and surrender, And
the only reason I say that is because I've always heard about the Confederates having that thought. And I'm running into it with the Union in ways I didn't expect, at least in at least researching 61 and then especially in the Shiloh stuff, they're pretty damn confident. So yeah, I think that McDowell's own overconfidence, Federals in many ways didn't go into Bull Run having as much respect for their opponents, and vice versa. Confederates had plenty of bluster too.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. And one of the things too, just to drive home this point even further with McDowell's overconfidence, that I think fueled it was the fact that with Jackson's positioning on the reverse slope of Henry Hill is that McDowell could not see that anybody else was over there besides just artillery. And so I think that, McDowell simply thought, well, he had no idea what the Confederates were bringing up and what they had there, and that the numbers game was starting to tip in favor of the Confederates at this point. And he has no cavalry to go and find out. either. So it's just, let's throw some artillery up there, let's blast them at close range and be done with it. And obviously that did not happen.
Yeah. No, that reverse slope, because I was thinking that affects the battle. That affects the Battle of Waterloo, of course.
Hmm.
British were using it very much, very effectively in the Napoleonic Wars. But anyways, that's all I got. If you're ready to go on.
Sure, sure, yeah, absolutely. I love talking about this because it's something. It's what keeps me awake at night, is trying to decipher McDowell's decision. But ultimately, these 11 federal guns that were posted on both sides of the Henry House, Griffin's Battery D, 5th United States, posted north of the house, James Ricketts Battery I, 1st U.S., which was actually Thomas Jackson's battery when he was in the United States Army. So Jackson's facing off against his old battery. Opposite him, Ricketts' 6 guns were deployed south of the Henry House. And these 24 guns, 11 Union, 13 Confederate guns, blasted away at each other without really doing much damage to each other at about a distance of 350 yards for almost an hour. And then Federal infantry supports arrived. First, the Marines, which we touched on a little bit earlier, the 11th New York, the Fire Zouaves, and the 1st Minnesota arrived as well. They advanced up the slopes of Henry Hill from the Sudley Road. So what's interesting about the battle when trying to visualize this in your mind, if you're thinking about the Federal attack, Federals begin attacking toward the west from Centerville at the start of the day, and then due to the flanking column, they'll attack from the north. And then by the fighting on Henry Hill, their attacks are going to come from the west. So they've almost done a complete 360. But these Federal units will attack up Henry Hill, be repulsed by Jackson's line. At this point, Stuart's cavalry is going to come into play. Jeb Stuart's cavalry, that is. Very famous charge with about 150 troopers of the 1st Virginia Cavalry that rode in amongst the soldiers of the Fire Zouaves along the Sudley Road after they had been repulsed. It's a famous scene. There's a lot of paintings and sketches about it. Really didn't have much of an impact on the battle itself, but just a quick, close quarters little fight. But then ultimately a move is going to be made by the Federals to really shake up things on Henry Hill. And that decision was made by Captain Charles Griffin, who had 4 10-pound Parrott rifles with him. One had been left behind, had if I remember correctly, got a ball jammed in the muzzle of the gun, so it was disabled. So that's why Griffin only has 5 guns with him on Henry Hill. But anyway, 3 Parrott rifles and 2 howitzers that he had with him. And after this impasse of about an hour in which it seemed neither side was being successful in this artillery duel, Griffin decided to take his 2 howitzers, which of course were better for close range work, move them behind the Federal gun line and advance them beyond Ricketts's right and take a position not beyond the left of Jackson's line, but sort of opposite Jackson's left, and try to fire down the length of the Confederate line to dislodge these Confederate guns that were opposing them. And so Griffin successfully did that, took his 2 howitzers, and this put him square in line of being attacked by the leftmost regiment of Jackson's brigade, which was the mostly blue-clad 33rd Virginia Infantry under the command of Colonel Arthur Cummings. And the 33rd Virginia and the 49th Virginia, a battalion of the 49th Virginia led by William Extra Billy Smith, who was donning a parasol to shade himself from the sun on this battlefield. Both of them collectively worked, or really independently worked, but it ended up working together to kill most of the horses and men that were working Griffin's howitzers. This was a case of mistaken identity, where Griffin believed these troops advancing toward him were the enemy, and he ordered his men to load the guns. Shortly after he did that, it's debated exactly who this was, whether it was Samuel Heintzelman or William Barry, but regardless, a superior officer over Griffin told him that no, they are friendly troops, not to open fire. That allowed these Virginia units to get within very close range of Griffin's howitzers before they opened fire and pretty much wiped out Griffin's men there, at least around those howitzers. And this is what kicked off really the back and forth fighting that raged atop Henry Hill for the next 90 minutes or so. The 14th Brooklyn would come in, recapture those howitzers, but then they would get actually very close to Jackson's line, and Jackson would have to pull his guns back, and so it strictly became, for the Confederates at least, an infantry fight. Jackson ordered two more of his regiments in the center of his line, the 4th Virginia and the 27th Virginia, to advance directly across the plateau of Henry Hill. They managed to capture Ricketts' guns, and really the fighting on Henry Hill. When you go there, you can see the opposing gun lines, and most of the fighting did not happen between the two gun lines. Instead, it happened between Ricketts' gun line and the Sudley Road, which is where most of those Federal units started. And so Ricketts' guns changed hands several times. Some accounts say as many as 6 times. I place it at 3, but regardless, what you start to see is, again, these back and forth attacks of Confederate troops sweeping across Henry Hill, capturing Ricketts' guns, Union troops surging up out of Sudley Road, typically 1 or 2 regiments at a time, driving the Confederate troops back. And eventually, what ends up happening is the numbers, which had been in McDowell's favor on the west side of Bull Run in the morning's action at Matthews Hill, as McDowell fed more and more troops into the fighting on Henry Hill, those units go in, they run out of ammunition, they take casualties, and McDowell is running out of fresh troops to throw into the fight on Henry Hill. And in the meantime, with Beauregard's offensive not taking place, with more Confederate troops arriving from the Shenandoah Valley, literally some of them that fought in the battle arrived at noon and marched straight off the rail cars up to the battlefield itself, the numbers game was starting to tip in favor of the Confederates. And so the Confederates are not only going to attack straight across Henry Hill, but also begin to extend the left of their line to Sudley Road and beyond Sudley Road to get around McDowell's right. And once the final Confederate attack blows the Federals off of Henry Hill at about 4 p.m., the fighting is going to shift west of Sudley Road toward Chin Ridge, which of course is going to become a prominent feature in the Second Battle of Manassas as well. But it's there on Chin Ridge where 2 Confederate brigades, Early's brigade and Arnold Elzey's brigade, which was technically under Elzey's command, it went into the battlefield under the command of Edmund Kirby Smith. Smith's troops were all back in Piedmont Station, but Smith feared that he was going to miss the fight, and so he rode with Elzey's men. He was a ranking officer, so he took command of Elzey's men at the last minute. Smith was wounded very shortly after entering the fight, and so it became Elzey's brigade once again. But Early's and Elzey's men it fought the last brigade, the brigade that was in the last place in McDowell's column that moved around the Confederate left, and that was under the command of Oliver Howard, a New England brigade made up of men from Maine and Vermont. And Howard's men had marched most of their way to reach the battlefield at the Double Quick. They were very fatigued and did not put up much of a resistance atop Chin Ridge. And ultimately, they would be driven off of Chin Ridge, and McDowell had now completely lost the initiative on the battlefield by about 4:30. He initially wanted to use Matthews Hill and Dogan Ridge across Sudley Road from him as a place to form up a defensive line, but was ultimately talked out of that by some of his subordinate officers, and so he ordered his command to withdraw from the battlefield and make their way to the crossings of Bull Run that they had previously used that morning, get back across to the east and north side of Bull Run, and pull back toward Centerville and reorganize the army from there. So there is still some more fighting that will be done, and I'm happy to go into that if you guys have any interest in that. But before we take the armies back across Bull Run, any questions or anything that you guys wanted to add as well?
Well, upon Smith's brigade attacking, and then Smith was wounded and Elzey took over. Beauregard rode up to Elzey and said, "Hail, Elzey, thou blucher of the day." And Eppa Hunton with the 8th Virginia, the commander there, eventually become a brigade commander, says, a panic spread upon them, and such a scene of confusion has never been witnessed on a battlefield. Um, I only mention this because the route at this section of the battlefield is like something that I've run to so many quotes of throughout my life, reading and writing about the Civil War. You know, where it becomes that almost everybody who's there has to have some comment about this. And I say that because I know I'm going to Shiloh a lot, but that's my thing. Is at Shiloh, you have Federals who say the Confederates routed from the field, and others say they just left. The Confederates the same thing. They'll be like, "Oh, we left the field in bad shape." Other units are like, "Nah, we left. It was fine. We were in good shape." And it depends on what kind of unit you were and what condition you were upon retreating and what point of the battle you retreated, because the Confederates retreated in sequence. But almost every quote is always about the Federals melting at this point.
Yes, and that's a good point to mention, because initially the Federal withdrawal from the field was not the route that we think of. It was not simply that the Federals were driven off of Henry House Hill, they were driven off of Chin Ridge, and they just ran all the way back to Washington, D.C. So they tried to organize a defense on Matthews Hill.
Mhm.
That fell apart, and so he decided to bring his army back to Centerville and organize it there. Centerville was high ground. It was behind Bull Run. He did have reserves heading his way from Washington as well that could support him there. So the federal withdrawal was not yet the chaotic route that so many people wrote about, as you mentioned, Sean. It
Mhm.
came about because of minor Confederate pursuits across Bull Run. So some of Stuart's cavalry pursued the Federals all the way to Sudley Ford. There was a brigade on Beauregard's right under the command of David R. Jones that did attack the Federal left at a fight in the area of Grigsby's Farm, that's kind of northeast of Blackburn's Ford. There were pursuits, Confederate pursuits across Bull Run. So much is often made of the idea that the Confederates never pursued the Federals beyond Bull Run in the aftermath, and there is some serious, quick little actions as Confederate infantry and cavalry and artillery pursued the Federals across Bull Run. But that panic didn't really turn into a rout until a Confederate artillery shell exploded above a wagon train, a Union wagon train, atop or that was crossing over Cub Run Bridge, that same bridge that we talked about a little while ago that Long Tom crossed over that morning. Long Tom was eventually captured by the Confederates during this fighting. But an artillery shell exploded. It spooked the horses that had this wagon, and the wagon overturned on the bridge and basically blocked passage of the bridge. And that is where the Federal troops that were, again, having somewhat of an orderly withdrawal from the battlefield, that's where it really turned into a panicked rout. Having their passage blocked. There was fear of every time you see Federal accounts hearing hoofbeats coming their way. There were yells of it was the Black Horse Cavalry, which was a well-known Virginia militia unit. The Black Horse Cavalry probably had 100,000 men on July 21st, 1861. If you read the Federal accounts, they seem to be everywhere. But this is again where the famous or the infamous, depending on your perspective, retreat really turns into a rout, and you'll have Federal soldiers that won't stop running until they arrive back in the streets of Washington, D.C. By the next morning of July 22nd, 1861. And of course, recognizing that, McDowell is ultimately going to order that his army not stop at Centerville, but instead continue its march, running, route, whatever you want to call it, back toward Washington. And it's, of course, going to give the Confederates the first big victory of the Civil War in the first major battle of the war. Now, of course, there was going to be the Confederates did want to pursue Stonewall Jackson, who would be wounded in the hand while he was back at a field hospital behind Confederate lines, would be greeted by Confederate President Jefferson Davis, who showed up on the battlefield in the very, very closing actions of the fighting, and Jackson said, "Give me 10,000 men, and I can drive them all the way back to Washington." Davis and Beauregard and Johnston would get together that night, discuss the possibility of a pursuit. Of course, most famously, Joseph E. Johnston supposedly said that the Confederate Army was just as disorganized by victory as the Federal Army was disorganized by defeat, and so there would be no major pursuit by the Confederates back toward Washington, D.C. But by that point, for both armies, the damage had been done. There's about 30,000 soldiers engaged between both sides during the course of the fighting. Federal casualties totaled about 2,900 men. Confederate casualties were about 2,000. So overall, you have about 5,000 casualties on the day of the battle. And it should be noted that not only had armies never been this large in American history, but as of July 21st, 1861, that day was the single bloodiest day in American military history. Neither army had experienced that amount of loss, and the process of caring for the wounded and burying the dead just became such an immense task that neither side was prepared for, that it basically ceased all military operations for a time, and made this battle just a one-day affair, and just a 5-day long campaign ultimately, that ultimately came to an end. But one of the things that is interesting with First Manassas, I've tried to determine, and as you guys know, again, Civil War arithmetic is never perfect, but by the end of the Civil War, if my math is correct, First Manassas, July 21st, 1861, went from being the bloodiest single day in American military history to being the 35th bloodiest day in American military history. So, of course, while this is going to be the first major battle of the Civil War by later standards of the war, this battle is going to be relatively small in terms of the number of troops engaged and in terms of the number of casualties that would be suffered by both armies. But this battle is going to have huge ramifications, and yet not the ramifications that either side thought. Of course, many people believe that this was going to be a short, brief war, that whichever side won would win the war, whichever side won the battle would win the war, and of course that was not the case. Instead, this hardened Northern resolve, and this hardened the Lincoln administration to want to carry out the war, with calling on more men and having larger armies, and of course the war would spiral well beyond that as well. And so First Manassas, I wouldn't say was quite a tone setter for the war. I think Shiloh was really that really showed Americans what this war could become. But I think First Manassas did offer at least a hint of that. But people were just absolutely shocked by the amount of carnage that was displayed, and ferocity that was displayed on the battlefield of July 21st, 1861. And there's a great quote that I'll just end this with, and then if you guys want to chime in or have any questions, I'm happy to answer those too. But Berrien McPherson Zettler was a private in the 8th Georgia, and as he was wandering around the battlefield in its aftermath, he thought to himself, "Surely, surely, there will never be another battle. It seemed barbarous for men to try to settle any dispute or controversy by shooting one another. And now that it had been realized what a battle meant, I felt sure there would never be another." And of course, how wrong he was, that there would be many more battles to be fought, and many battles much larger, much bloodier than what happened on July 21st, 1861.
Yes, that's a chilling way to put it, and then true, yeah. And I want to mention the tone setting thing real quick because I got two questions for you. But one thing to mention, the tone setting. Shiloh's important for the tone setting, uh, but I would say that only gets them halfway there. There is still, especially in the Union Army, quite a bit of arrogance after Shiloh. The idea being only one more battle and they're done. Now, not everybody has that opinion. Although, one I always have to correct people on, Grant did not. At that moment, Grant said one more battle and it's over. Grant doesn't become convinced the war's going to drag on until a few months later. So his memoirs, not true on that point, but like I always say, written by a man dying of cancer who's trying to provide for his family. Um,
I tell a good story.
they tell good, tells a pretty decent story. They're not useless, but
Yep.
I always say like I think the memoirs have been treated a little too reverently over the years. There's a
Yeah, I
lot
would
of
agree.
problems. There's a lot of problems there, and that's one of them. His letters do not indicate that at all at the time, you know. And the other thing too is, I kind of wonder at what point does everybody really say, okay, this really is going to last a long, long time? And I would say it probably seems to me like maybe right after the 7 days,
Yeah,
because
I think
yeah,
yeah, and even I mean, heck, even until the later parts of the war, you still see soldiers talking about just one more battle is all it's going to take. Um, so I think it
yeah,
does it does linger throughout the remainder of the war for sure.
oh, yeah. One I found like that was Lincoln told some people that shortly at the beginning of the Petersburg campaign, and I found this wonderful quote by a 10th Corps soldier who heard that, and he just said, "What did he think we were stupid?" like, like when he says it, he says like, "Did Lincoln think we were dumb that we would buy that?"
Yeah.
Um, but I think what that is that that's the hope that there's only one more battle, or you say because it sounds nice. What I mean is after Shiloh, they're saying it like they really mean it, and there are even
Mhm.
some Confederates who say the same thing. And I know you're right. I mean, God, you run to that after Vicksburg, Gettysburg, and Port Hudson. There's a wave of that in the Union Army, you know. But um, that kind of confidence is still pretty strong going into summer of 1862. And I think it must become a minority opinion by the time of the 7 days. That's just the impression that I get, you know. Uh, but this is going to put some, like you said, it's going to put some backbone into the Lincoln administration, you know. And there's panic in Washington as things are happening. So I thought I'd read this great quote for you right fast from Winfield Scott. And it's debatable that maybe Scott's best hour of the war is right after Bull Run because people in Washington are essentially running around with chickens with their heads cut off in some cases.
Right.
And Scott just is telling them, no, 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 don't worry about this. We're going to be okay. We've got defenses. And also, remember, a lot of McDowell's army wasn't engaged, a significant portion of it. So they have organized troops. But Scott says, it is impossible, sir. We are now tasting the first fruits of a war and learning what a panic is. We must be prepared for all kinds of rumors. Why, sir, we shall soon hear that Jefferson Davis has crossed the Long Bridge at the head of a brigade of elephants and is trampling our citizens underfoot. He has no brigade of elephants. He can't by any possibility get a brigade of elephants. And who did he say that to? Um, Oh, he said to somebody who gave him I guess it was an officer or somebody gave him a report. Scott will spend the next few days just meeting with politicians and saying, no panic, and also he takes control of the situation, sets up the troops in such a way to defend Washington from attack. You know, I had two questions for you. Uh, One about the pursuit. There was a rainstorm after the battle, as there often is in the Civil War. Uh, that had to have made a pursuit pretty damn difficult anyway, right?
Yes. Yeah, I would absolutely think that that factored in as well.
And also, I mean, they don't have cavalry. I mean, the Confederates have more cavalry than the Union, but not enough to do some Napoleonic Frederick the Great Marlborough style pursuit.
Right, exactly. Really, the cavalry that pursues. I mean, you have again Stuart's cavalry battalion, which is again just north of 100 guys, pursues towards Sudley Ford. There's Radford's cavalry battalion that will pursue east along the Warrenton Turnpike. But these are, yes, not anywhere in the ballpark of a Napoleonic type cavalry pursuit that you
Yeah.
could get because neither side really had the cavalry, strength to do that for sure.
And the last thing is the casualties ratio for the battle. I've because if I'm looking at Belmont and Wilson's Creek, and the case of Wilson's Creek, considering only the infantry that's heavily engaged, those battles actually have a worse casualty rate than Bull Run. Like I'm a bit shocked at how heavy the losses are at Belmont for the number of forces engaged, especially in 1861.
Hmm.
And I've heard it said that one reason is that both the sides lacking sufficient training were overshooting a lot. With
Yes,
that,
there are a lot of accounts talking about that. There's one that comes to mind on Matthews Hill, where a federal soldier, I want to say in the Second Rhode Island, talks about the shots were just, clipping branches off the trees way above them. Um,
yes, I've read, I've actually not, I don't know if it's a specific count, but I've heard this about the Second Rhode Island at Matthews Hill.
yes,
Yeah.
yep, and I think there's an account too, actually, on the other side from the Eighth Georgia talking about that same thing. And specifically, the I think it's one of the regulars when they go in on the left of Burnside's brigade on Matthews Hill. He wrote about that, as they got into line, because again, same with the regulars. A lot of these guys were in their first battle, at least the soldiers themselves, not so much the officers, but talked about that as they got into battle, they again, one of the men talked about. He said basically it looked like we were shooting at the stars, just how high they were actually shooting, and of course missing their targets. Same goes for the Federal artillery as well. The When Griffins and Ricketts guns get set up atop Henry Hill, they were overshooting their targets, which was the Confederate artillery in front of them, by a great distance. And so a lot of the shells that they fired and ended up behind the Confederate lines, or at least behind the Confederate artillery, and hitting Jackson's infantry that was well behind it. So I think there was a lot of that going
Wow.
on both sides, that soldiers just didn't have um, the know-it-all to aim low, um, and so there was a lot of overshooting, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there was,
you're right. Casualty rates were not terribly high. I use the ballpark figure of about 36,000 federal soldiers were in McDowell's army, maybe a little bit, maybe a couple thousand more than that. And they had anywhere from 13,000 to 15,000 engaged. As I mentioned, lost about 2,900. So it's only 8% of the entire federal army, and it's only about 21% of the Federals that were engaged. For the Confederates, it's only about 7% losses of everybody present on the field, but in terms of the numbers engaged, it's about 14%. So not terribly high, to your point.
yeah, yeah, and also I think in going back to Beauregard with the whole like thing about showing flags at Shiloh, numerous accounts on April 5th, the day before Shiloh, of Beauregard riding up and down the lines telling the men, aim low, aim low, aim
Oh
low.
yes, yep.
And him in particular, though. Like other officers say that, but I think I've run to like 10 different Confederate accounts where they say, yeah, I saw Beauregard ride by yelling to us to aim low. Like him in particular.
Probably most
That
soldiers were like, "Well, what is that supposed to mean?"
apparently he was being very clear about it, and that really stuck out in their heads, you know.
Hmm.
Uh, and like, and I like to note that, if you're looking at, say, Shiloh, with a relatively same number of men engaged as this battle in the first few hours of Shiloh, surpasses Bull Run before 10 a.m. in casualties.
That's crazy.
Um, oh yeah, no, the attack on the I did my this isn't just ballpark figure. Just four Confederate brigades striking Sherman, who has three brigades that are engaged, one from McClernand, two under him. I would say the losses at Sherman's division probably come up to 2,500, and that's fighting from 7 to 10 a.m.
Jeez.
And most of that fighting is from 8 and 10 a.m. Well, I say most. No, no, actually, no, I wouldn't say that. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I retract that one because Claiborne's initial attack is pretty damn bloody. So, no, in that roughly, there you go, roughly a 3 hour period, 3,000 losses with fewer men than Bull Run. So, that order to aim low had to have some effect.
Yeah, I guess it very clearly did. It seems. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
It
that's
also, it
crazy.
also,
Already by 10 a.m. it surpassed Bull Run. Jeez.
I wouldn't, no, no, the stuff with Sherman's division, yeah, yeah, just being clear, stuff with Sherman's division doesn't surpass.
Oh, yeah.
If I count the Confederate attack on Prentiss division, surpasses Shiloh. And the last one to note too is, there's, you read enough letters for any battle, you get certain phrases you hear all the time. And I was mentioning Bull Run, hearing about panic and everything. With the Federals at Shiloh, you get tired of hearing about how Buell is like Blucher to the point where I go, do you guys have any other historical examples? Only one of them mentions Desay at Marengo. Only one of them I ran into. And the other one is constantly is Fort Donelson was nothing like this. This is nothing. Fort Donelson was nothing. Fort Donelson was a skirmish by comparison. And keeping in mind too, if you read accounts of soldiers right after Fort Donelson, they say, "Wow, that was the same thing your guy said." Uh, One of the Union colonels, with John E. Smith, who was very brave officer, um, very much devoted to the cause, but he just writes in his letter after Fort Donelson. He says, "Yeah, before this, everybody, all the boys couldn't wait to be in a fight. I don't hear that talk anymore."
Hmm.
So that's all the questions that I have. Do you guys want to go to the super chats and stuff so that Kevin can get out of here? Because I think we
Yeah, hit
we
me up.
held you
This
longer
has
than
been fun.
planned. Yeah,
Sure.
no, it's
So
dude, great having you on, man.
I'll try to prioritize the ones that address Kevin, and then go through the rest from there.
Oh no,
So
well I'll we'll do just the Kevin ones. I have some other stuff I've got to add myself, like notes on after the battle.
okay.
You
Well,
know,
on the super
so
chat side, we had one for Kevin. It comes from Ernest Brown for $2.
Yep.
Thank you, Ernest. And he said, wanted to thank Kevin for never such a campaign, which I guess is one of your books.
Yes, that's the second Manassas one. I did it backwards. Wrote second Manassas first, and then did first Manassas.
Ah,
Thank you, Ernest.
Yeah,
Glad you enjoyed it.
yeah. So this
yeah.
is the book cover. All right. On the Streamlabs side of the equation, we had a question for from H.J. Armstrong for $10, and he said, "We know Sean's negative take on Joseph E. Johnston, but what is Kevin's opinion of his generalship?"
Ooh,
Wait,
boy.
before they go on, we know
All right,
Sean's
go for it.
negative take. We know Sean's negative take of Johnston at the Atlanta campaign. All right, that's what we know. All right, just making that clear. I've never spoken about Johnston at Bull Run, to my knowledge. All right, go ahead.
That's fair. It's. I think it's hard to judge Johnston because of the command situation. He essentially cedes. He doesn't cede superiority to Beauregard, but he basically cedes any planning of the battle to Beauregard because Beauregard had been in the area so much longer than Johnston had. Um, One thing I will say about Johnston and give him credit for is Johnston is really the one that recognizes well before Beauregard does where the battle would be fought, or where at least the battle would be decided. Um, as Beauregard is still trying to figure out what's going on with his bungled offensive along his center and right, um, the sounds of battle were continuing to pick up from the Confederate left with the fighting on Matthews Hill, and finally by about 10:30, 11 a.m. Johnston says to Beauregard, he says, "The battle is there and I am going." And basically just rides off. And Beauregard finally kind of realizes, oh, yeah, okay, he's right, and follows Johnston up there. And Johnston does an excellent job of feeding the reinforcements that reached the rear of the Confederate lines on Henry Hill to the point where they were most needed. Once those Confederate troops arrive on Henry Hill itself, Johnston, I think, is partially responsible. I really do think it's kind of a team effort between Johnston and Beauregard of sending them beyond Jackson's left and beyond the Confederate left to extend the Confederate line to the west side of Sudley Road and really get beyond McDowell's flank. And I think that credit is due to both Beauregard and Johnston for recognizing that and coming to terms with that, and settling on that plan. So I do think Johnston shows up pretty well at First Manassas. Another thing to consider about Johnston, I'm with you, Sean. I think that there are plenty of times in the war when Johnston could and should be criticized for his performance. But what both he and Beauregard do when they showed up on Henry Hill shortly after the fighting on Matthews Hill came to an end, a lot of soldiers talked about seeing both of them and just how inspiring the presence of both Beauregard and Johnston was
Yeah.
on that hill. So I think Johnston is pretty good at reading the battle on July 21st. So he's good as a general in that respect, but he also fulfills the leadership role pretty well in terms of being seen by his troops and inspiring them at a time when, frankly, the Confederates needed it in the aftermath of the fighting on Matthews Hill. And Johnston and Beauregard, I think, really do a good job of putting together that line on Henry Hill and then capitalizing on the fact that the initiative and the advantage was slipping out of McDowell's hand. So I guess I talked myself into being thinking that Johnston did did a good job on July 21st, 1861.
I that's my pretty much mine as well, for the most part. As my assessment also is Johnston did very well. This is Johnston's high point, both in overseeing the transfer to get troops
Mm-hmm.
to Beauregard, reading the battle correctly, moving forces to the front effectively, and being that inspiring force on the battlefield. You know, so I agree with you. That's why I was
What more
like,
could you
hey,
ask for a general than that, than those things, right?
right. That's the thing. Like, we're talking about, yeah, and we were like, the question was fair because a bunch of these streams we've done have been 1864, 65, and they were with some other people like Luke and Dave Powell, and
Mm-hmm.
we're not in the Johnston fan club necessarily, but also we weren't talking about Bull Run. We were talking about Atlanta and to a lesser degree what he does in the Carolinas, which is kind of a hopeless situation anyway. But
Yeah.
a lot of it has to do with Atlanta, and I remain highly critical of him at the Atlanta campaign. But I also think that not necessarily a different man, but the situation is just different. Johnston resigned much more reluctantly than many other high-ranking Confederates. He resigned his commission crying. I don't really think his heart was ever really in it, but he believed, and it was a kind of duty thing with him. That's what I pick up on, especially after I read Craig Simon's biography, which is really good.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
an
like,
excellent book.
yeah, I like to joke that not being a Johnston fan, but being engrossed by the biography is, one of the ultimate compliments I can pay somebody like Craig Simon. It's just an excellent book.
Hmm.
But 1861, this is a much more hopeful man than 1864. He hasn't yet had his falling out with Davis, among other things, you know. Um, and we haven't even talked about Vicksburg, which is I might not be as harsh as Tim Smith. Tim Smith thinks Johnston just lets the city fall.
Yes.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with him. I just that when you read his stuff on Vicksburg, man, that is some Joseph E. Johnston hate.
Yeah, that's a bad look for Johnston. That's for sure.
It is. But yeah, no,
Regardless
this
of whether you
really,
think he did it on purpose or not, I think it's a bad look for Johnston.
yes. That's the thing. Smith thinks it's almost on purpose. I don't want to go
Yes.
there yet. Okay, that's the thing is I don't want to get into it because I just don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Right, right,
I'm
exactly.
not a Vicksburg. Not don't know Vicksburg in that kind of detail. But you're right. It does look bad either way you look at it. But yeah, no. This really is Johnston. This is Johnston at his high point. This is not Beauregard at his high point. That'll come later. Beauregard did many mistakes at Bull Run. But
Mm-hmm.
like you said, inspiring presence on the battlefield. I give him a lot of credit for ordering some of the attacks that he did to throw the Federals a bit off balance, and then of course ordering in the last attack that causes the collapse. You
Yes.
know, yeah,
Yep. Yeah, I think when you look at the command relationship between those two guys, it really was Beauregard was truly on the front lines. I mean, there's multiple accounts. I'm sure you've seen, I've seen of
yeah,
him right in the midst of the fighting on Henry Hill, and Johnson further back of kind of putting them in place for Beauregard to use and to lead. And I think that worked out as at least on July 21st, 1861, the Beauregard Johnston command relationship was pretty good. Of course, it would fall apart after that. Um,
yeah. They'd have some tension for sure. Although the
yeah,
ire The ire is more pointed at Davis, really, you know. But yeah,
True, that's true. Yep.
they would definitely have some more. They have some more tension after that, which I'm going to do in the. I'm going to do that one in the Balls Bluff stream, which I'm going to kind of also treat as like a politics stream in a way, you know.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah.
anyway,
There's plenty to be played with that.
oh yeah, definitely, definitely. And that's pretty much what we got. Do you have any other questions,
Yeah, so
Derek?
there are a couple more
Okay.
Streamlabs for Kevin. One of them is from Dan the Step, the Cat Historian for $3. Thank you, Dan. What if scenario for Kevin and Sean? After first bull run, if Lincoln just suddenly gets the brilliant Giuseppe Garibaldi instead of George B. McClellan at the cost of slavery proclamation being done early, would this work or not? This was almost considered, by the way.
What's the proclamation?
So I guess Garibaldi's terms for service were that Lincoln would have to declare, basically, do the Emancipation Proclamation immediately.
Oh, I've never
Hmm.
heard that.
I think
Yeah.
I've heard something about that, but I never heard about Lincoln taking it seriously. Although maybe
Well,
he did.
I guess the wording here. He said this was almost considered.
Oh, almost considered. Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you this. I did more. I've been doing because we've been doing the video game stuff. I just started looking at more at old computer games, especially 80s, early 90s, like like pre-Windows stuff. I remember there was this one game. I don't know if you ever played it, Kevin, and maybe you did, Derek. You ever heard of No Greater Glory?
that
No.
sounds familiar.
Okay, so just real quick, this guy who worked with Sid Meier on worked with Sid Meier at Microprose in the 80s. He designs a game called Revolution 76, which I've played and I beat before. It's hard. The AI cheats a lot, but it's essentially like grand strategy for the American Revolution. You got to like decide like who's in charge of what kind of diplomats you send in, what your generals are, and the point of the game is you have to balance politics between skill. And you're forced to give some important jobs to men who are incompetent because of political stuff. And then he does a Civil War version of it, No Greater Glory, which I only briefly played, and I might return to it, but man, it was hard. And everyone in the comments section of the game, like, God, this is hard. But I mention it because one guy was talking about how he said that he'd won as the Confederates, and he said as the Union, he said I decided to. He said I decided to go full meme with this one and just pretend that they don't care about the Union. They only want to end slavery. He says by the end of 1861, the Union was completely dissolved.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, because he said like because at least in the parameters of the game, if you go full abolition right away and you essentially do the whole radical Republican thing, at least in the game, no greater glory. America is it's over by December 1861. Because if you do that, Kentucky will secede right away, Missouri will secede, everything will just go to hell immediately. So I don't know. I'll say this for the game No Greater Glory. Played a lot of Civil War computer games, board games, designed some board games. No Greater Glory is definitely in the top three or four that's impressed me the most with its nuances and attention to detail. All right, in some very interesting ways. So I'll give the whether or not the game's right or wrong on that. I can't say 100%, but I think Lincoln, while I'm critical of him as a military commander in chief, I'm thoroughly impressed with him as a politician. And I think he was reading the thing pretty well. I don't think I think an immediate abolition or something like that would have. Yeah, probably Union loses. That's just my guess.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think Lincoln did play the emancipation card at one of the more ideal times. Um,
Yes, yes, I think he did. I think he played that very, very effectively. And then you look at the lead up
yes.
to it. You look at the lead up to it as well, and they're testing the waters by ending slavery in D.C., which I know all
Mhm.
about that because those April 1862 newspapers, right before Shiloh happens, they keep talking about that.
Yeah, right, right. Yeah, and that brings up a really good point is, to I think Lincoln introduced it to the country, the emancipation idea that is, in a progressive way. I mean, progressive in the sense of here's a baby step, and then kind of add this on and add this on. And if he had just gone full bore in 1861 in the aftermath of probably one of the worst days in the United States history at that point, being the defeat at First Manassas, I think the war would have gone off the rails real fast, and Lincoln would have lost almost all, if not all, of his support.
Yes, and remember a lot of when we're talking about there not being another battle in Virginia on the scale of Bull Run for the rest of the year. There's a lot of reasons for it, but one of them is that Lincoln spends a decent amount of the post Bull Run period securing Maryland because there's
Yes,
still
right, that's true.
agitation. There's still agitation happening. So I think Lincoln, in addition to like, hey, McClellan, train this army up, fortify DC, put troops across the Potomac at key points. At the same time, we really need to make sure Maryland is secure before we attempt anything again. You know. So anyways, that's just some of my thoughts.
All right, and then the
No, I'm
others.
I'm with you in agreement on that.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. What's up?
The other
What's next?
Streamlabs is technically a two-parter, but it's intended as one question. It comes from an individual named Okra. So here's the question, total of $10. Thank you, Okra. Hello, gents. My question for y'all is, how prevalent was the Lost Cause narrative outside the South, and for how long? Any given pop history piece seems compelled to debunk the Lost Cause when I only know about it from those people. I was only ever taught the just cause in school. All the Confederates were evil idiots, and the Union were all living saints. And I just find it very weird why so much time is dedicated to a myth that no one seems to take seriously in the 21st century.
And that's a really involved question. That's
Yeah,
got a
that
lot of
is.
layers. That's got a lot of layers.
Ooh.
You wanna say yours first, Kevin?
Um, Boy, I don't know. I'm still formulating my thoughts. If you got air from the hip,
I'll just give a few ones. I do think the prevalence of the lost cause outside the South is overstated. I do believe that. I do believe that even the lost cause within the South is, when I say overstated, I'm not saying it's not there or it didn't influence things because it most certainly did, but I believe its influence was very much more on the wane than those pieces would like to admit. At least by the time those pieces are being written, which would be in this century. However, in their defense, I also think the massive popularity of the movie and book Gone with the Wind
Mhm.
really does help their case in that regard. You know, I've always believed that the narrative, now he's saying just cause, which he gave that basic version of that one. The one I grew up hearing more than any of those was reconciliation. I mean, and I mean, like I'd heard people with that just cause one of like, South's a bunch of racist evil traitors. Thank God they're all dead, and all praise Lincoln. He's the greatest guy ever. And on the other end, I did grow up around some people who were definitely hardcore lost cause. I mean, we were talking about Battleground Shiloh before. I got that game as a burned CD from a lost causer, you know. And I was friends with him in high school and everything, and he made good moonshine. But I asked him like, "Hey man, like Battleground Shiloh, you play the Union?" He goes, "Hell no."
Um,
and but but actually the one I saw more people espouse was reconciliation more than anything
well,
else.
what's interesting,
Reconciliation.
in relation to this question, because I was just thinking back to an experience I had with a professor when we were at Kentucky, and this is a guy who doesn't do American history, but he grew up in California as a boomer, and he had some lost cause ideas within his view of the war, including the idea that all of the Southern generals, by and large, were better, which I guess was
Mm.
another part of the lost cause, kind of. So I don't know if that was maybe evidence that it did seep out of the South, but I mean,
Oh, I mean, it definitely seeped out, and I actually would say especially in California. Well, it depends on what part of California. Southern California did have Confederate sympathies, and there was some evidence of that in within California into the 20th century.
yeah, I mean,
You know
he was from the L.A. area, but also a
that Yeah, that's no, no,
self-described
that's
communist.
exactly right.
Um,
What's up?
he was
He
also
was
a
what, Ned?
self-described communist, so it's kind of a weird, view to think about how
cousin
awesome the
combo.
Confederate generals are if you're a self-described communist.
Maybe not necessarily. I mean, if they're fighting America and you're supporting the Soviet Union, I mean, maybe my enemy may be my friend or something. I don't know. People do have like views that don't always pair up or you think would pair up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm guessing Kevin, like for you, I mean, growing up in New York, I mean, I imagine the Lost Cause was pretty much non-existent there, right?
Um, the one story that really comes to mind is there's somebody I knew that used to from in Western New York that used to fly a Confederate flag out in front of their home. And when somebody asked them why, they said, "Well, I'm from Oklahoma." And I just kind of thought, well, I don't understand that answer, but I think their thought was, well, it's the South. And I was like, well, Oklahoma wasn't even a state at the time, but whatever.
Yeah.
So, so there was, I wouldn't say that's obviously not lost cause, but um,
No, there. I know what you mean. I'd
yeah,
seen I'd seen that in Western. Uh, I'd seen that in Western Pennsylvania when I lived there. Now this wasn't super common. It wasn't like I throw a rock and hit a Confederate flag.
right, right. I think for some people it's just, I think they'll might fly a Confederate flag because there's a proliferation of Confederate stories, like obviously Stonewall Jackson is very well known. Gone with the Wind is a huge cultural phenomenon, and I think some people I think might have flown a Confederate flag or said, just done something like that without even realizing exactly what it was or that there was such a thing as a lost cause.
Maybe
Um,
they just watched a lot of Dukes of Hazzard.
yeah, right, right, exactly. Yeah, something like that.
And
Um,
yeah, also like beyond that, I do have to say, I mean, like like God, I'm gonna sound like a condescending prick here in a way, but you meet people and they're really into something, and there's varying degrees to which somebody has a decent knowledge of it, right? And you do just meet people sometimes who just they really like the iconography of something or the idea that they've cooked up of what it is,
mhm.
you know. And so I say that because um, calling somebody like that an ideologue is always going to be like kind of weird to me to begin with. And you're right, it could be that, or you got these stories or whatever. And my dad told me that when he went to his dad's like um, home in Tennessee before his dad ships off to fight in World War II, they had a musket above the fireplace from the Civil War, from the guy fighting at Shiloh and Perryville in the 44th Tennessee, apparently. And by the way, this home didn't have electricity. That sort of stuff. Now that those things like that though fade over time. Both
Yes, yeah, I think that's true.
both time and demographics, right? Like think about how many people do you know have a really direct connection to the American Revolution at this point? I mean, we're talking about these guys in the Civil War. You hear that all the time with them. Like God, there was one of them I was reading about. He had an ancestor who wasn't just his actual big his actual I forget which general it was, but his ancestor was it was McClellan actually. McClellan's most prominent military ancestor was one of the heads was one of the highest ranking commanders of the Connecticut militia in the French and Indian War.
Huh.
I don't know
Um,
about you guys. I haven't really met now. Graham, I'm in New Orleans, but I have not really met too many people who say like, "Yeah, well, I had an ancestor at had an ancestor at the Plains of Abraham, or
Yeah, yep.
or the Monongahela, or what was the name of the fort? The Fort Ticonderoga was really called Fort Carillon or something. I can never pronounce it. That's where
Yeah, I can't either.
yeah, Mount Calm, he wins the battle and puts up a cross there to celebrate the victory. And there, I just don't know if you guys know that, but I really haven't met too many people who go like, yeah, man, well, I have an ancestor in Robert's Rangers.
yeah.
And
I mean,
McClellan's running around being like, yeah, well, I go all the way back to 1755.
right. I mean, there's not too many. I mean, on the East Coast it happens. Maybe not as much in the South, but it does happen sometimes. I assume like New England would be the place where you'd run into people like that, but
You'd run into them. I mean, you also run into them at Tidewater, Carolinas. I mean, Wade Hampton is Wade Hampton the third.
Yeah.
One of his ancestors was an important commander in the War of 1812. Another one was
Hmm.
in Washington's army. I mean, for Christ's sakes, like Robert E. Lee is from the Lee family. Uh,
Right.
so,
Um,
yeah,
yeah.
Lee, Richard
Actually,
M. Lee.
I had a run in sixth grade with the McClellan descendant. There was a kid who was
Oh,
messing with me at lunch, and I punched him in the face.
okay.
So actually, I did meet somebody once, but I think not too long after that, who was a descendant of Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson. So
Oh.
I guess that's the only time I've met somebody who claims to have a link to a founding father.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think I've ever met anybody that has a link to a founding father.
I mean, yeah, people would be like, fifth cousins or something. Like I got an uncle who's
Yeah,
like,
right. Yep.
really,
Not
you're
like
like,
I have his personal papers or something.
Right.
yeah, exactly. My
Yeah.
uncle was like, yeah, like James Madison's like my fourth cousin, and I was like, this doesn't even matter at this point, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're done. We're getting a little too detached here, Uncle Dan. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I
but
guess
at any rate,
at a certain point, like if you know of a famous person, but they would have absolutely no idea who you are, your kinship to them really doesn't matter too much.
Yes. Yep.
yeah,
That's a good
exactly.
way
Yeah.
of putting it.
Yeah, although I will say this, guys, I've run to people who have been like, I'm related to this general, and they actually look like the guy. Like I knew a
Oh yeah, I have
descendant of,
seen that. That is cool.
yeah, like one of them was General Maxey, Confederate general, not a big player by any means. I went to film school with this guy, and that's his last name, and he's like, yeah, I'm related to some Confederate general, and I was like, yeah, you're related to Maxey. I mean, at that moment, I was like, oh my god, he looked just like him. It was crazy. And then I read about General Maxey. He was also like a tall guy, just like this guy.
That's
So
pretty cool.
You can show
yeah,
up in
yeah.
the generations every once in a while, right?
Yo, God, no, it really did look like somebody cloned the guy. Though
That's cool.
my favorite one like this, though, real quick, is the General Blanchard had like 16 descendants, and he lived in New Orleans. And he only fought in like one, maybe two battles. He was very much elderly. His painting is in the Confederate Museum here. He looks like Santa Claus Confederate General Edition. They have a cabinet just for his stuff because they get tired of his descendants coming in and being like, "Hey, I hear you got my ancestors' stuff over here." Like they get a few of those a year because he had 16 kids.
Jeez.
So they have an entire cabinet set up with his uniform and a bunch of stuff for one of the most obscure generals of the war, I would say. It's just because the guy had 16 kids.
Yeah. Well,
He'll become the least obscure general by the end of this generation or next.
Oh yeah. Oh god,
right.
him and Hood, man. Hood has like
Yeah,
80.
right. Yeah, no kidding. Jeez.
Oh god, we were looking actually like the Wikipedia article on General Cook is right. Um, he had like 11 kids or something. And then you got the John
Gosh.
Tyler stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, that still blows my mind that his grandson just passed away like a year or two ago.
Yeah, no,
That's
same.
crazy. I still can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Oh God, like 2006 or seven when I started really reading more about John Tyler and took an interest in him. And yeah, it's crazy, man. But no, I don't know if you want to stick around any longer, Kevin. I know we might be way past your time or not. I just had some stuff I was going to go over after a short break, but it was mostly just immediate effects in Washington, a few quotes, and some other stuff, and then we're going to answer the rest of the chats, and that closes us out for the night.
Yeah, I
But
might. I might cut out if that's all right with you guys. It's
hey, no, no,
I've enjoyed the conversation though. This has been great, and getting your guys' viewpoint on everything. It's been excellent. So thanks very much for having me.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming
yeah, no,
on, Kevin. That was great.
Yes,
yeah, man,
absolutely.
a lot of fun. Thanks, man. I know you said you might come around for a second bull run in Antietam, and those battles being
Yes.
massive. I don't think we're gonna go into as much micro tactical detail, but that I look forward to that.
Okay, that sounds good. Just let me know. I'll be happy to hop back on.
No
All
problem, man.
right.
It'll probably be in July, just so you know. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
You're definitely welcome back
And
anytime.
thanks for the link of that classic video games or whatever. I'm gonna be going down a rabbit hole of that.
All right.
That looks like a lot of fun. So I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Take care.
All right, you guys take care. Have a good rest of the night.
All right, you
All
too.
right, Kevin. Uh, so take a quick break, man.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, and then I got just got a few things to go over, and that's pretty much it.
All right,
Yeah.
sounds like a plan. And then we can come back and talk about how Willie Pegram. I just that picture just gives me a lot of thoughts. We'll come back to that though.
Yeah, I am back in business, as they say. So, I guess I'm just gonna wait on him here for a second. Let me see if I can pull up while we're waiting. Pull up some good quotes and stuff. I'm gonna save that for when he gets back on that one. Um, I think it'd be fun right now, real quick, while I'm waiting on Derek to get back. A few notes on some of the brigade commanders that we mentioned at Bull Run. I'm not going to be like, oh, this is about Stonewall Jackson, but just some more lesser known guys. Francis Bartow, who we mentioned earlier, who died in the battle. Uh, he was out. He was very important to Georgia's secession from the Union. He was a leading voice for secession, and
All
was
right,
considered
I have
getting
returned.
that happening. Oh, hey, man, good to have you back. So, anyways, I'm just doing a few little notes on some of the brigade commanders there. Okay.
Okay.
So Francis, just like three of them, real quick. So Francis Bartow, so Francis Bartow, important Georgia politician, very integral to getting Georgia to secede from the Union. Uh, and he wasn't young per se; he was in his 40s, but most people consider that he would have become a force in Georgia politics had he survived. I mean, he was already influential. I mean, even more of a force than he was. Keep that in mind too, because we're going to be talking about a prominent politician dying at Ball's Bluff when we get there. There's Nathan Evans, whose brigade commander we mentioned quite a bit. Evans used to go into battle with a barrel of whiskey, so he had severe alcohol problems. He was generally considered to be a good officer overall, but he also was known for sloppy administration and not the best discipline, but he was a good fighter. However, him and Beauregard ran afoul of each other when Beauregard was in command in Charleston, and Beauregard really went after Evans. I've rarely seen Beauregard hate an officer like he did Evans. But that's not at Bull Run. That comes later.
He has insane
And
looking eyes.
he does, man. He does. But yeah, no, hard fighter. He was the kind of guy who was an officer. It was said that he was really good once the bullets started flying, but he was not very good otherwise.
Right.
Right. Dixon Miles, one of the division commanders, is notably the only division commander and one of the only major officers who gets no positive statements about him by McDowell when he wrote his report of the battle 2 weeks afterwards. Interesting about McDowell, in the middle of the on the night of July 21st, while his army is retreating back to Washington, he writes a letter. He's writing messages back to Washington. He was so exhausted he fell asleep. He fell asleep in the middle of writing one of the messages.
Wow.
But 2 weeks after the battle, he wrote his report. McDowell, it was understood, would not stay in command because he had lost. But a lot of people said, let's give him another chance. McDowell, of course, famously had told Lincoln he didn't want to do this, and Lincoln said, well, you're all agreeing alike. That had famously happened. And so McDowell, a lot of people said, we'll give him another shot. It wasn't the best of conditions. He obviously didn't want to fight the battle. Also, his plan of battle, flanking the Confederates, a lot of people said it was a good plan. William Tecumseh Sherman, who actually liked McDowell, he always said it was an excellent plan. So, another thing, though, that helped out McDowell was that he didn't do any major finger pointing at that point. And he wrote a letter where he said, when I wrote my report of the battle, I endeavored to do so in such a way that I should not in any case have to touch the subject again. Whatever shortcomings there were, in my judgment, on the part of others concerned in or connected to that event, which I did not mention, I cannot mention now. And the load as I have carried it, I must continue to carry to the end. He wrote that in 1869. Now, as far as Scott goes, he did a good job of organizing the defenses afterwards and giving everybody encouragement. However, him and Lincoln had a bit of a dust-up because on July 23rd, Scott, when he was in a meeting with Lincoln and some of the cabinet, that being Cameron, the Secretary of War, and some other politicians, said to them, "Sir, I am the greatest coward in America." And when somebody tried to stop him from speaking, he said, "Stop it, sir. I will prove it. I have fought this battle, sir, against my judgment. I think the President of the United States ought to remove me today for doing it. As God is my judge, after my superiors had determined to fight it, I did all in my power to fight it. I deserve removal because I did not stand up when my army was not in condition for fighting and resist it to the last." Lincoln didn't like this and said, "Your conversation is to imply that I force you to fight this battle." Scott, though, gets a little bit around it by saying, "I have never served a president who's been kinder to me than you have been." So Scott will stick around, and of course, McClellan is called to the Capitol practically right away. In fact, July 22nd, McClellan receives the message, "Circumstances make your presence here necessary. Charge Rosecrans or some other general with your present department and come hither without delay." So McClellan will be tasked with commanding the forces in the region. Him and Scott start to have disagreements relatively quickly, I would say. Let me pull this up right here. Anyway, so yeah, they're having arguments relatively quickly. But, McClellan riding around, looking very soldier-like, having many political connections that he does at this time, and allies. Well, very quickly, people start to say that McClellan is going to be the man, the one to lead them to victory. So him and Scott, when they start to have a falling out, Scott will eventually lose that battle. Also, Scott's own health is getting worse and worse. All right. Now, McClellan, a lot of the stuff we have for him that makes him look bad is letters to his wife. His wife, by the way, was highly sought after, including one of her suitors was McClellan's chief engineer, John G. Barnard, who was with McDowell trying to plan the battle, and he helped with scouting at Bull Run, and Barnard set up the defenses of Washington afterwards, and him and McClellan eventually had a pretty nasty falling out. But it's worth kind of quoting some of McClellan's letters to his wife, even if he is in some ways trying to really impress her. "I almost think that were I to win some small success now, that I could become dictator or anything else I might please me. But nothing of that kind would please me. Therefore, I won't be a dictator." Admirable self-denial.
Sounds like it. Also humility.
And humility, yes. Early August, McClellan wrote, I receive a letter after letter, have conversation calling on me to save the nation, alluding to the presidency, dictatorship. As I hope one day to be united with you forever in heaven, I have no such aspirations. I will never accept the presidency. I will cheerfully take the dictatorship and agree to lay down my life when the country is saved. And it must be said, to be fair to McClellan, there actually were people saying things like this. Frederick Law Olmsted, who was in the Sanitary Commission, wrote around the same time. Tell our friends to stiffen themselves for harder times than we have yet thought of. Unless McClellan is a genius as well as a general, and unless he becomes a military dictator and rules over our imbecile government, we should and must have a revolution before we can do anything with the South.
Mm.
Now, McClellan, of course, is famous for helping set up the defenses, for organizing his forces, for giving them confidence, right after Bull Run. All of these things, of course, and remember, he'd already shown his skill in organization, morale in West Virginia.
Right.
But there's another thing to this as well. It wasn't just McClellan, riding around being popular. They did have to deal with problems. All right. Especially with one unit, the 79th New York. This is a unit where their terms of papers, there were problems with the terms of papers. They were also upset their colonel had died in the battle, who was actually Simon Cameron's son. They got a new colonel, Isaac Stevens, who was much more of a disciplinarian. So the regiment's having problems. A lot of the guys are saying, like, hey, I didn't sign up for 3 years of combat. I should go home. And they also have problems at the same time when there's some men, the 2nd Maine, who claim that their period of service had ended. And McClellan and McDowell agreed to deal with this very strongly. Of the 2nd Maine, 62 men were sentenced to the dry Tortugas to serve out the rest of the war in hard labor. Do you know about the dry Tortugas?
No, I don't.
It is a fort in southern Florida, past the Keys. To visit it today, you have to go to the Florida Keys and get a charter to go out that way. And past Key West, it's something like 40 to 50 miles roughly. So
it's
you got to go out there. I think the way they do it. What'd you say?
Just like halfway to Cuba.
Yeah, but it's to the west of Key West, not south.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but still, you got to go out there, right? And this was a fortification, and at the time, this was the punish. This was like this is the Escape from New York of the federal prisons. If for any kind of for anything an officer, or I'm sorry, not an officer, but a soldier has done. I've read about accounts of that, and also with the weather conditions in the Tortugas, a lot of sickness around there. Given like the kind of food you're going to get and the hard labor you're going to be doing in that place as well, a lot of people considered it something like a death sentence. It definitely had a high death rate. Now, I say something like a death sentence. I want to read more about what the prison was like during the Civil War, but it's definitely this is a very harsh this is a very harsh measure. As for the 79th New York, McClellan took their colors from them, took their flag from them, which is also considered to be that's a pretty extreme measure as well. So I mentioned McClellan because it's not just all military parades and prancing about or something. He could be as hard as anybody else when he felt the need to be. As far as Scott is concerned, him and Scott have an increasing falling out, which we'll see come to a head in the next live stream. But just know that by August 8th, McClellan was writing, I do not know whether he is a dotard or a traitor. I can't tell which. He's called him a perfect imbecile. He understands nothing, appreciates nothing, and is ever in my way. And That's something to keep in mind too. McClellan is he's a bad subordinate. I've always said that about him. Where he's just he badmouthed his superiors back in Mexico. This is one of his problems. And I think some of it is that, I've said this many times, but he's usually the smartest guy in the room, and that doesn't always make you the easiest person to work with, you know. Uh, but he will prove to actually be in many ways, I'd say, a good superior, and that's kind of why soldiers and officers generally love serving under him, but superiors were infuriated with him. And in that regard, he's in many ways very much like Beauregard. You know, got any comments or anything?
No, I wasn't aware of the dry tortugas, but also I wasn't aware that McClellan promoted the idea, at least in private, of himself as a dictator. I didn't realize that his grandiloquence went quite that far.
Yeah, it's mostly stuff he writes to his wife. So I've heard the case made that he's really trying to impress this wife who is considered one of the most beautiful and sought after women in her society. You know, that might explain some of the bluster at least. Uh, so let me see what else I got here. Oh, I did want to read out. I do want to mention a few things about. Well, I'm sorry, one second here. So I did want to read out a few other things too. Some stuff concerning uh, Patterson's force, a few other things on McDowell, and that'll kind of end my own notes that I had. Do you want to hear the McDowell stuff
Yeah.
first, or do you want the Patterson stuff?
Well, I guess seniority should play a role here, so let's go with Patterson.
Patterson. Oh, so age should play a role here, huh?
Patterson was, I assume, the more ranking officer because of his length of service, and also,
No,
McDowell, somebody.
Scott's the ranking officer.
Well, I know Scott has more experience than him, but I think I was just saying Patterson has more than McDowell.
Oh, that's right. Damn it, that's my fault. Sorry, man.
But
Uh,
yeah, anyway, I was just yeah. So I guess McDowell also will come up again in the future since he becomes a corps commander. So I guess this is kind of our one and only Robert Patterson night.
yeah, no kidding. Huh? All right, so Patterson. Kevin was talking about the controversies uh, with Patterson and the arguments made about like his him becoming the scapegoat of the battle. And it's true. They really did blame this guy for what happened. Uh, that said, there's a lot of reasons to have problems with that. So Beatty in his book says, "Why did the commander of the Valley Army do this? He knew McDowell had advanced on July 16th. He knew McDowell would carry Manassas Junction on July 17th. Johnson, now at Winchester, could not march to his railhead at Strasburg and ride to the junction in time to take part. The reconnaissance had struck the enemy. It would certainly suffice as demonstration. The enemy was superior in numbers, position, and supply. Patterson's officers, with the exception of Sanford, were anxious to retreat. Scott approved the move to Charlestown once Patterson had completed the valley part of the plan. He would therefore be justified in marching from Bunker Hill to Charlestown instead of advancing on Winchester. The problem is there does become something of a collapse in morale after this. So his army, when they first crossed the Potomac at Falling Water, and they had a little skirmish at Falling Waters, many accounts say that Patterson's force was very much rip-raring and ready to go. Thomas Livermore, who wrote a lot after the war, and he was in the 8th New Hampshire. Um, Now he was later. I'm sorry, later in the 8th New Hampshire. This campaign was the 1st New Hampshire. He said, uh, "The men were inspired by the martial array, the many fluttering banners, the career of horsemen, and the consciousness that the eyes of the country and the world were upon them. In happy ignorance of the actualities of battle, were preparing themselves for the clash of bayonets. Never was an army more willing to fight, and never was one more disappointed, dispirited by the refusal of the opportunity." And Patterson, like he did He did essentially. He had problems, that's for sure. There were problems with his orders, but there's a strong case to be made about the dithering that was going on in his sector. And what happens eventually is that when when Patterson makes the move from Bunker Hill to Charlestown, that's when the morale of his army essentially cracks. Patterson was also very much an elderly man. Now, I'll give Patterson credit on one thing I feel bad for him about. His removal from the army was done very abruptly. So he had an unusual commission. The commission was not taken up after the 3 month period. He found out about this through the newspapers instead of by official message. Now, a lot of times it would happen just because newspapers would get early copy, but still, Patterson, I think, was treated in a shabby way, considering that he had served his country. Like Kevin said, he was in the War of 1812. He had also fought in Mexico and done well. He's just a man who's he's no longer the guy he was. He's older, you know.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of truth in the. I'm harder on Patterson probably than Kevin is. I would say, although I do agree with Kevin that it was ultimately decided to make Patterson the scapegoat, and there were a lot of that. There was a lot of other people who were just as liable.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you also have to blame the people who put a guy his age in charge.
Very true. A big part of that too, though, is remember he'd done well in Mexico, so there was this idea that he might even have his experience, reputation have a steadying influence. But one thing I did forget to mention is before Patterson headed out, all of his regulars were taken away from him and sent to be with McDowell's army.
Really?
And it's been said that this is when you start to see apparently this is when you start to see Patterson losing some faith. First off, that the idea that guys like Patterson have the regulars is that they would serve as an imperial guard, a steadying influence. A lot of truth in that. The regulars formed the rear guard for the retreat from Bull Run. So, not a ridiculous idea that I think Patterson would have probably felt more confident. And also, those regulars being taken away at the same time, I think means that Patterson's looking at his force like, okay, we're not being taken as seriously as a force. Like, if my column was the serious column of advance, or if the Confederates are to believe it's serious, we got to have regulars with us.
Right.
So I think that too, that plays a part with Patterson as well. So older man, not the best orders. Command-wise, none of his colonels are West Pointers. He's got a fairly cautious staff, especially in the case of Porter, and his regulars are taken away from him. So I think all those are gonna add up over time.
So in some ways, he got the results he, could be expected to get.
In some ways, yeah. One thing about McDowell too, getting to him. Remember we talked about his plan being good, or he was considered to be good. One thing I've noticed about McDowell's plan, though, is it reminds me of a lot of plans during the Civil War. There was a fear of disaster occurring, and so throughout the war, you'll find that the attacking column could have been stronger, but because they were afraid for their lines of communications, they would hold major forces back. So what I'm saying is that at Bull Run, McDowell is advancing with 3 divisions flanking and keeping 2 to guard Centerville. And also, one of those 3 divisions he brings with him is itself also is supposed to be acting as a feint, as a way to confuse the enemy. That being, I want to say that was that Miles? I want to say it was Miles's division. Yeah. So the result is that a significant portion of the army is not engaged. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm confused. My bad. Sorry. Miles's division and Tyler's division were kept back. Oh, sorry, not Tyler's division. What am I saying here? I'm sorry. It was part of Tyler's division, right? Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. Like Richardson wasn't in combat. That's right, because Tyler had a big division. But he's throwing in all of Hunter and all of Heinzelman. Runyon's division wasn't organized. Anyways, point is, significant numbers of forces were not engaged. You'll find this throughout the Civil War. A lot of times, attacking columns are simply not that strong. That happens a lot in the Petersburg campaign. Grant and Meade will give a mission to essentially a corps worth of troops while keeping large portions of their forces back to hold the entrenchments. The idea being, though, that if the entrenchments fell, you would have full disaster on your hands. So you can make a case about in the Petersburg campaign that that would be a strategic situation the Union can't recover from. Bull Run, though, in some ways, is kind of calling for something a little more bold. But as Kevin pointed out, as I mentioned as well, the fact that these armies are even moving the way they are and fighting is itself something of a miracle, considering how long they had to train. But at any rate, though, just something I thought worth pointing out. As far as McDowell goes, um, there is an interesting long description I'll read, and I think that'll close it out for me tonight. Okay?
Okay.
Except for like any more messages. So Beatty's description, Beatty's book Army of the Potomac Volume 1 is a good book. I really recommend it if one wants to know about 1861. Like he goes into a lot of detail about what's going on in 1861. Sad that he died. Hopefully we'll get the book that goes to Seven Pines, but for now his work only goes up to Williamsburg. For now, if you want to know what the Union's doing in 1861 in Virginia, this is the best, right? But he says of McDowell, although he was tall and strong, McDowell had a torso too long for his short legs, an arrangement that magnified the substantial girth in his middle. His legs were proportioned themselves and were attached to his body by brawny, rolling hips that worked up and down when he walked. His short legs and large body, making expert horsemanship impossible, often caused him to lose his seat and tumble from his horse. Nevertheless, in spite of his clumsy and ungainly appearance, he enjoyed a good dance, at which he was a light of foot with an elf-like grace. His head attached to his fat body by a short, thick neck seemed bullet-shaped, and his florid face, fleshy and chubby, was made to appear even more fat by his jaws, which protruded on either side. He wore a brawly, bristling imperial and a bushy, drooping German mustache that was emphasized his Teutonic appearance. Nevertheless, his face, through fine features, remarkably open, sympathetic, and congenial, with an air of frankness and kindness. In a hoarse, chest-toned alto voice, he spoke rapidly and fluently in conversation, but never loudly. In his personal habits and demeanors, he had a mammoth appetite, being known to eat an entire watermelon at one sitting. But he complemented the characteristics of a gourmand with those of a bon vivant, being highly skilled at the preparation of fine food and likened by one of his subordinates to a Delmonico chef. Hard liquor, wine, and spirits of any kind he never used, a characteristic for which he was known throughout the army. In fact, he never even drank tea, coffee, or other lesser stimulants. Nor did he use tobacco in any form, a practice he found abhorrent, and he never swore. A well-spoken, entertaining conversations, he spoke French fluently. He enjoyed warm personal relationships with his friends. To them, he was a frank, honest, straightforward man, but in his military relationships, he was formal and reserved, methodical and careful, and a strict disciplinarian. His manners seemed doctrinaire, that of a professor more than a military leader. And he was prone to sharp, impulsive statements whose effect and consequences he did not always consider. Light or frivolous conversation was not part of his nature, giving an appearance of superiority and creating the impression that he believed his intellect and attainments put him above others. Lacking the vices of ordinary mortals and having but a few of their weaknesses, he believed himself to be on a higher plane and affected an air of elevated dignity. All this made him worse for being forgetful of the courtesy due his inferiors, thus suffering unpopularity and effectiveness. A cold, distant superior, he lacked the kind of magnetic personality that would have made him a natural leader of men. And he did not evoke great devotion as subordinates, particularly enlisted men who he would call to do his fighting.
Yeah,
So
that's a
that's
very detailed portrayal, but also I mean, really just going after the shape of his head and his neck, and I mean, shit, man. Like that's like whoever wrote that clearly was not a fan.
No, I'd say he's actually more sympathetic to McDowell than others, because he notes about him being good at dancing, uh, actually being very good at cooking, and having some very close personal friendships and being very honest. Trust me, as far as McDowell descriptions go that I've encountered in my life, this is one of the more positive ones.
Really. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also funny because we talked about that before, but I have noticed a pattern of how they say I have seen that other places that good horsemen usually have long legs, sometimes out of proportion with their body. I have noticed too with men at least, the only men who are good at dancing have short legs.
Yeah, you said that before. Take your word for it.
Yeah. So actually, it makes sense that he would be if he does have these noticeably very stubby legs. But also yeah, that's so if that's basically a hagiography of McDowell, then I can only imagine what the hit pieces are.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it hagiography, but I've heard more negative stuff in my time. I thought that was a fairly balanced one, and plus he notes with McDowell about him, uh, himself also not losing composure once in DC. McDowell plays an important role also with McClellan, and him and McClellan will eventually have a falling out. But when McClellan first gets there, McDowell is very, very helpful to him. And it's also, remember, it's notable that McDowell did not do much finger pointing right afterwards. I think that really helped him in the end. So McDowell was seen as a sympathetic figure after Bull Run and not a figure of derision. Patterson became the scapegoat for the defeat. But for now, we leave ourselves with McClellan and Scott at loggerheads, and then next time we'll pick up with that and do Ball's Bluff. And so the next one is covering a long period of the war, relatively, like 5 months, and a small battle, but like it's like we were saying, with a very long shadow and have a lot of political ramifications.
That sounds
You know.
pretty intriguing.
Yeah, the more I thought about it, I was like, it Ball's Bluff just because of its political importance and everything. I think it'll just be really good for something like this for a live stream. And then heading on out, we're doing bigger battles, so we won't be quite as detailed, you know. But
Right.
but then after that, Peninsula Campaign, Monitor in Virginia, Shenandoah Valley, and I think that'll close out June. So it'll be an action-packed June. And I hopefully I don't I felt good enough to do this stream, and I actually felt better as the stream went on. By the way, but we were
Yeah, I mean,
first on. I was
there's something about the smell of black powder that seems to like revive you.
well, like at Shiloh, a lot of the Union guys thought the Confederates fought so hard because of they were putting black powder in their whiskey.
Right.
You know, does that even work?
It sounds like a good way to get sick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. I mean,
Like,
I don't know. You ever get some
also,
guy like, go ahead.
I mean, imagine what
Yeah.
your urine and feces would look like if you were actually consuming gunpowder.
Yikes.
Yeah,
Maybe
it would
it's
probably be pretty
explosive.
gross. Yeah, it would be
Yeah,
explosive diarrhea every time you have it, right?
gotta be terrible, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Very last Bull Run thing. William Tecumseh Sherman did command a brigade there.
Ah, right.
That's right. And then he also played an important role um, rallying the troops in D.C. afterwards. He gets his brigade back into shape fairly quickly. Uh, Sherman at this point in the war doesn't show the kind of leadership that soldiers like. He's not a popular figure of the soldiers until 1864. Um, but it should be noted that Sherman, relatively soon after, will be sent out east to command the forces in Kentucky. So he's only involved in the war in Virginia just for Bull Run. But one thing that's notable about him being at Bull Run, I just want to mention, is his brigade was made up of a lot of famous regiments. Uh, this included the 69th New York, which became the basis for which became the center in many ways of the Irish Brigade, the 79th New York Highlanders, which I just mentioned already, and the 2nd Wisconsin, which became part of the famous Iron Brigade of the West. So two of the most famous regiments of the Civil War. I'm sorry, three of the most famous, two of the most famous, and I'd say 79th was pretty well known as well. All three of those served at Bull Run under Sherman. Sherman's own brigade, by the way, did take heavy casualties in the battle. By the way, okay. So yeah, no famous units at the engagement, and by the way, three of his regiment commanders became generals: Isaac Quimby, Michael Corcoran, who was wounded and captured in the rear guard, and Roman Ayres, who commanded the artillery attached to his brigade. So,
Interesting.
anyways, that's all I got, man. I'm pretty much done. You want to do the stuff?
Yeah, so let's go back and revisit all of our things. Oh, I did have one little thing. So we pulled up, I put up Willie Pegram earlier because you mentioned him. To
Yep.
me, this looks exactly like the face of a guy who would tell you in excruciating, pedantic detail about something that you don't give a fuck about. I mean, he just has
Yes, he
that
does.
look.
He just does have that look. Yes, it is known. He just has that look.
Yeah, he's got the well actually face.
He does. He does. I don't know if he was actually like that. I don't know a ton about him except that he was a very good artillery commander and was known for being aggressive. And I think they were planning. I mean, when I say plans, it was like late in the war, but there was talk about making him like a division commander or something. But don't quote me on that one, actually. But
Well,
yeah, no, he's considered
actually,
like one.
I'd prefer a core.
I prefer a core. Yeah, I know. I know that he does. I mean, he does look like a Civil War. He looks like a Civil War nerd. What can we say?
Yeah, yeah, I can eat. Like I've seen that face before at a lot of different places. That's a common face. I mean, well, not common, but it's one that you see in certain gatherings, and there's always a guy who looks almost exactly like that at every one of those kind of gatherings.
I do rate Pegram as being one of the most distinctive and surprising looking generals.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
just don't
because
expect.
he does look like a cosplayer.
I don't even know. I don't know if he made general, but whatever. Anyways, uh, oh, one other thing about McDowell worth mentioning, just very quick. McDowell was a favorite of Scott, but he was chosen for political reasons because he had gained the favor of Cameron and Secretary of Treasury Chase. So Scott was annoyed McDowell was put in charge simply because he felt it was done without his recommendation. Even though he liked McDowell. So,
Right.
all right, that's all I got. Ready when you are, man.
All right, so we'll go do the Streamlabs first. And the first one of the evening came to us early on from H.J. Armstrong for $10. Thank you, H.J. And his take was this. Hot take. Irvin McDowell would have been far better as commander of the Army of the Potomac than McClellan. He was not given a fair shake due to rampant rumors that he was a homosexual.
Man, I've never heard that. I've never heard about those rumors, but I haven't. There's somebody wrote a McDowell biography recently, and I haven't looked at it yet, so I can't speak to that. You know, uh, better I don't know. I think McDowell had certain problems, like that, as the description made it clear. He just wasn't. While he did have very close friends, he wasn't as broadly popular. That said, I do think McDowell had more tactical gifts, more strategic insight than he was given credit for.
Yeah, and he
You know,
could cook and dance.
and he could cook and dance, man, and he might have been, like husband material right there. Wait, I know what's going to happen. People are going to say that makes him gay.
Well, I mean, I
Already,
have no idea. I mean, I haven't read any biographies of this guy either, so I have no idea. I mean, I know, like, back when I was still doing Remarkable Republican stuff, I did try to look up gay generals of the Civil War, and I don't recall Irvin McDowell being on that list.
Yeah,
So, so maybe this guy who sent us money knows something we don't.
maybe, man.
All right. We have another one from Pull Snap 258 for $5. Thank you, Pull Snap. Sean, this is Bull Run, not Shiloh.
Well, I mean, they're close. They're close enough in timelines, so that's why I kept referencing it. Besides it being the battle I know best, it's also the one most relevant to this battle. You know, you don't have to tell guys to shoot low in 1864; they already know it.
Well, that's fair. We have one from Dan the Step the Cat Historian for $3. Thank you, Dan. My aunt married a direct descendant of Jenkins from Jenkins' brigade, and I think they actually melted his sword. Obviously, they don't agree with what Jenkins did. Everyone is related to some terrible person from the past, and it's best not to dwell.
They melted his sword.
Yeah, I guess that must have
That's
been
ridiculous.
before, people were donating to museums.
Well, I mean, no, there's just like there's that's not the first time I've heard about people doing that now, like destroying things like that. You know, I mean, they are. I mean, they destroyed that Lee statue from Charlottesville. You know, um, and I've heard other people like throwing away things that are like old Confederate stuff because that makes you look really brave. You know what I mean? Um, anyway, what a terrible idea. And then they wonder why we don't have as much Roman artifacts anymore, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know there were some things that were melted down. Sometimes, like, ancient weapons would get continually melted down and reforged to keep them, up to date. So, I mean, a lot of the metal that was once an ancient weapon ended up becoming medieval or early modern stuff. Um, but I don't know of
Interesting.
anybody melting down weapons because they're like, well, this belonged to a bad person. I don't think that was a. Well, then again, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of detailed records of, the fates of different shields or swords. But
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. Just think it's horrible. If it's melted down for that reason, I mean, hell, the most notorious one around here is, although it's not exactly the same thing, is uh Dallas. That's now. I want to look. I want to corroborate this, but uh, Rene Robert Chevalier de La Salle, the guy who goes all the way to the reaches the end of the Mississippi River, claims the whole thing for France. Right? He put a metal plate in the ground to show that he had the place. That was French. The plate wasn't found, and apparently some guy down the swamps found it and melted it down for bullets, and then only later on found out what he had.
ouch.
Yeah, and I'm talking when I say if the story's true, apparently it happened like in the 20th century when he found it and melted it down. Because apparently
That
it was just a
is,
giant piece of lead.
yeah, that is not good.
Yeah, so well, yeah, I mean, I mean, I wonder about that because what other items? Oh God, you know what that reminds me of though too. That's right. When um when all this George Floyd stuff was happening, the headquarters of the UDC was attacked, and the flag, one of the Confederate, the flag that was held when Jackson was wounded, was destroyed. And like you look at the way language is used. So I believe it was Mother Jones. I think it was them. They described it not as an artifact. They described it as Confederate memorabilia.
All right.
Which is that makes it sound like it's something you bought at a con. Like here I own Transformers memorabilia. I own Elvis memorabilia. you know, yeah, whatever.
Right.
Well, yeah, whatever. I guess the only consolation is everything goes away anyway, right?
Yeah. All right. Moving over to the super chat arena, we have one from K Brad Fordable for $5. Thank you, K Brad. And he asks, "What's your favorite anime from the 1990s?"
Oh, Evangelion. I already said that before.
Yeah, I think my favorite, and it's one I only discovered within the last year, but I really like Slam Dunk. I think it really
Oh yeah, you
captures.
mentioned that.
Yeah, it really captures the feel of that. Like this little preseason game at a high school was the most dramatic thing to ever happen. So it very much captures the mindset of being a teenager and being extremely in the moment. I mean, I think there's like 10 episodes about a preseason game, more or less. So it's a crazy the amount of
Wow.
drama they squeezed out of that, but it was still good though. And then the show from there remains good, but maybe not quite as much. But anyway, I
That
still
is.
enjoyed. Do what?
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. And then the other one I have to mention from the '90s would be Dragon Ball Z. I watched a lot of that back in the day when it was. I don't know what dub it would be. I want to say Ocean. I guess that matters to a lot of people. I don't really know the dubs well enough, but I mean, I enjoyed Dragon Ball
Yeah,
Z.
it's yeah, the dubs and subtitles will really get into that. I think it's probably more important with shows that'll have really advanced, like really intricate plots, like Evangelion. I do want to mention that your thing about them getting like really into that is that's kind of an anime trope I've noticed here and there is that people like acting like something's high stakes that are relatively low or debatably low stakes.
Yeah, although I mean, from what I understand of Japanese culture, it's very much. I think they tend to be a little more dramatic, especially young people, like just really dramatic about events compared to Americans. Like people really getting super amped, or especially like if you're a young person and you make any kind of mistake, you way over apologize for it.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right with the over apology. Never thought of that one. But yeah. Huh. Okay. I don't know about that with the Japanese. I don't really know a ton about their culture.
Well,
I've also heard they're more reserved, though. I mean, maybe it's a, but that could really be a case of reserved about one thing and not about another.
yeah, I think too. It depends on how senior you are, what your status is. I think people with more status are supposed to be more reserved, and people who are lower status or younger are supposed to be more animated and like, almost like cartoonish in a way. I mean, I'm basing a lot of this on like the Yakuza games and things like that. It's also like showing masculinity that's also being reserved, which I guess is similar in that way to Western culture.
That's, now that you say that, that does remind me of the way that the way they're sorry, it reminds me of the way that the Japanese are in Tora, like the pilots and the people down below are much more animated, like you're talking about, but all the admirals and officers are severe.
Yeah, I mean that's partly it's like an age thing. I mean, and also keep in mind, with fighter pilots, I mean they're always going to be amped because they're doing something exciting, and they
True.
also are trying to stay get some of it out of their system before they go risk their lives with this operation. Which is one thing I
Yeah.
really liked about Tora is that instead of the Japanese being generic bad guys as you might expect based on the era it's made, instead these are just young guys who are really excited and really love flying planes and blowing shit up. So they're in the moment. They're doing their thing.
Yeah. They're doing their thing. That was that general trend though back then about humanizing the enemy more, like the opposite of that was that, the Germans in those movies back then stopped being cartoon villains, you know. Uh, which then of course leads to the trope that would be of like the good German or the German who's not entirely into this whole Hitler thing, That became a trope of its own.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it almost became to the point where at a certain point, all the German veterans would say, "You know, I never liked that Hitler guy. I don't know who did. It wasn't me though, nor any of my friends."
Definitely wasn't me. Yeah, no, there's no thinking about that. That kind of trope. It's been said that that kind of trope though is really uh, more of a, and even that with the way the Japanese start being depicted more positive ways is something of a Cold War product. I think there's more to it than that, but that definitely plays a part.
Right. All right. Next one comes to us from Caddy Wampus for $1.99. Thank you, Caddy Wampus. That one does not have a comment attached, but the one below it, also by Caddy Wampus for $4.99, does. So thank you again, Caddy Wampus. And he asks, "Is the beginning of the movie Dances with Wolves inaccurate?" I think he meant to say an accurate representation of a Civil War battle. I'm not educated in the material.
I I haven't seen the beginning of Dances with Wolves in ages, so I don't know. I'm going to assume not. I know it's not a real battle they're showing. Uh, Although I don't think they're fighting in Virginia. I think they're fighting in Tennessee in that one. If I kind of vaguely remember, but I don't know. I haven't seen Dances with Wolves in ages. I got dragged that in the movie theater, by the way, as a kid. That was sucked, man.
Unless you're not a Costner fan.
He's okay. I mean, like I liked him in a few things, but what about you, huh?
He was in Waterworld, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've ever seen him in. I don't think I've ever seen Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, it's one of those movies that like it really was very popular when it comes out, and it seemed like a something of a cultural moment, and then it
And it,
just faded away pretty quickly.
it was enough of a cultural moment because it was probably, I don't know exactly what year it came out, but it was definitely one that was probably too much for me at that age. Um, but it did have enough of a media representation that later on I didn't know the difference between Dances with Wolves and Call of the Wild until finally I stupidly asked the question and made an ass of myself when I was like 12.
Oh
But yeah, turns out not the same thing.
no, 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 not really. Although the oddest adaptation of Call of the Wild is a Peanut short called "It's a Nightmare, Charlie Brown." But all it really is uh, Snoopy starring in Call of the Wild.
Right. Yeah.
Or
All
the
right. Yeah. I
reverse.
don't know what.
Oh, sorry, nothing. Go ahead, man.
All right. Next one is also from Cattywampus because it comes after the one just thanking Kevin for the book. So Cattywampus 4.99. Thank you. He says, "Was the Missouri boat ride a real thing?" And he's referencing. He says in the movie Outlaw Josie Wells.
Oh, I knew exactly what he was talking about, and I don't know, man, but it makes for a great scene. I jokingly call it the last Confederate victory of the war. You've seen Outlaw Josie Wales, right?
Yes, isn't it the one where it opens up with the action scene where Clint finds a Gatling gun in the back of a wagon and chews some people up?
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. Then I remember that scene really well.
Yeah, I think we all remember that scene when we first see it.
Yeah, that, and I'm also a big fan of Unforgiven. My dad, I think his favorite Eastwood movie was called Seven Mules for Sister Sarah, or something like that.
Six Mules for Sister Sarah.
Yeah, Six Mules for Sister Sarah. So those Eastwood westerns were another thing that used to be on the VHS shelf when I was growing up. In the closet at
Or
home.
seven mules. Maybe it's seven mules actually.
Six or seven, six, seven. That's where the meme came from. People getting confused about that movie.
Yeah.
Um, let's see real fast.
I think that's one of the only ones I haven't seen, honestly.
Okay, it is six, I believe. No, it's
Hmm.
two mules for Sister Sarah.
She's only getting two in this deal.
Yeah, the poor woman is not getting many meals, man. She's not gonna be able to run much with that.
I remember
I don't
my
know why I thought 6 or 7, but whatever.
yeah, well, maybe because of what's going on lately, right? I think my mom liked this. Yeah, yeah, my mom liked this one. I have seen this one. It's been a long time though. Danny really likes High Plains Drifter. Ever seen that one?
I don't think so.
I think you'd like that one. Yeah, yeah, you'd probably like that one. Check that out, man.
Yeah, because
That
as
was
a
pretty.
general rule, I'm not a big Western person, but I do like Eastwood's movies. So,
Uh, yeah, yeah. High Plains Drifter is not your usual Western. Now, it's not my favorite. I think it drags a bit, but it's got some great scenes, and it is good. You know.
all right, I'll have to check that out sometime. Um, all right, Ernest Brown for $5. Thank you, Ernest. I just noticed. I think his profile picture is a dog wearing antlers. That's kind of cool. Anyway, Ernest said, Sean, you said in the past that you regard Civil War historians with a general background in military history more highly. Have you read Archer Jones?
Yes, Archer Jones is really good. Yeah, and by general background, I mean like having some knowledge of something outside of American history.
Ah,
Although it's what did Mark Twain say about war? It's God's way of making Americans learn geography.
accurate.
Yeah, yeah, accurate, man. That's one of the reasons why Mark Twain still lasts, don't you think? Is because um, is because one of the reasons he lasts so long is because I don't know, you just really understood something about Americans that still makes sense even though well over 100 years later. Yeah, I've read Archer Jones' How the North Won. That's a very good book. And another one is Confederate Strategy from Shiloh to Vicksburg. I read that one too, and I thought that was good as well. So that's those are the two of his I read. I just wanted to check in and see on that real quick. But yeah, yeah, I like Archer Jones.
All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Archer Jones, but I guess it's another one of those names. It's pretty good, but I still feel like the best Civil War historian name is Wiley Sword.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. So back to our list here. I think we got another Streamlab come in. We did. Okay, so two came in from Dan the Step the Cat Historian, both for $1. First one. Cocaine and gunpowder exist. Some notable African warlords do that. I think there was some legend of pirates doing gunpowder and bourbon, but not whiskey.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, pirates and bourbon, that'd be rum, you know?
Yeah, I think also, I mean, I don't, and I'm sure there's a pedantic distinction. Actually, I know there is, but bourbon and whiskey are basically the same thing. I mean, there's like
Oh,
some
yeah.
minor difference in how they're made, but like most people don't know it and can't taste it.
Yeah, bourbon's a type of whiskey in the end of the day. At the end of the day, that's really what it is. You
And
know.
I know if you go to a
Uh,
distillery, you can't get away with saying that because they'll, tell you like, no, you're wrong. This is whiskey, not bourbon. Like if you go to Jack Daniel's brewery or distillery, I mean, they'll tell you like, yeah, this is whiskey and not bourbon. It's completely different, and then it's just some very minor difference in how they make it.
was that whole thing about like people having fierce arguments over relatively minor things?
Yeah, the fiercer the fighting, or the smaller the stakes, the fiercer the fighting.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like there's a Bavarian purity law for beer, and so technically Honey Brown, which is a common beer, has a fourth ingredient, and by the Bavarian laws of purity, it can only have three ingredients and still be beer. But that leads to the question: well, what is it if it's not beer? But anyway,
Yeah, no kidding.
all right. The other one from Dan, he said to respond to Sean, I think they
Mhm.
did it out of disdain for the parents voting for fascism. Nevertheless, I think it should have gone to a museum than to just be melted down like the ugly forest statue in Tennessee. Um, I am for that. I'm for that statue staying for the memes.
Oh, they melted that statue down? Damn. I mean, like that thing is that like uh we also have these two. We have three Louis Armstrong statues in New Orleans, and one of them is superb. The other two are like cartoon. They look bad in that, not in the way the Forest one did in particular, but they both have a look where you're like, "What is this, Looney Tunes?"
Yeah. So speaking of a statue that should be melted down because they made a complete botchery of it, recently the Miami Heat gave a statue to the retired player Dwayne Wade, and the statue doesn't even look like him. It doesn't even look like a person. Like, they fucked up the face so bad that this representation of what he was supposed to look like in his 20s actually looks at least 20 years older than he is now, if it looks like him at all. But yeah, that one needs to be. They need to start over there, at least from the neck up. Like, they fucked this one up bad. And
Wow.
actually, there's a video of when Dwayne Wade first saw it, and he and his son looked at each other and laughed because they knew immediately. It's like, oh god.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like. But no, so what did the thing say again? They did it out of revenge for voting for fascism.
Yeah. I guess melting down the sword. I guess
Wow. And that was and who left that message again? Sorry, I'm still a little late on this.
that was Dan. Dan, the cat
Okay.
historian from last week.
Yeah, I'll have to ask him sometime for details. That's kind of wild because part of me wants to go like, well, the joke's on you. Could have sold it and got some money.
Yeah. Or you could, even be, have a little bit of fame as a donor to a museum where you get the little placard donated by descendant Joe Blow.
Well, the idea too is if you descend it to a museum, right? That they'll be glorifying it because remember, like when Mitch Landry took the statues down, he said, "Well, only groups can get it. Will put it in its proper context," as he called it. So what did I say? So no, there's a lot of people who think that like a museum like that would just is not worth it. It should also be noted that Texas had a Civil War museum that recently closed down. I don't know how good the museum was. A lot of their stuff is going to be sold on the market to private collectors. Another museum here has acquired some stuff, mostly some really good flags apparently. And the articles on it were saying that stuff about like the museum closing because it represented like an old way of viewing the war. It was very, very reconciliationist apparently. I think really it's probably just because museum attendance is down in America in general, and the Civil War is not World War II.
Yeah.
It's I mean, yeah, but museum attendance. I mean, especially if you got a private museum. Like I mean, just about every museum I know of is either like some wildly popular topic or it's got tons of government or private support, And the Texas Museum, it sounds like it sounds like they didn't have enough private support for it.
Right.
But I definitely know museum attendance is not particularly high, especially when people are taking shorter vacations. And I know you and I like museums, but man, I know a lot of people think museums are like the worst, most boring place to see in any city.
Yeah. You mentioned like how World War II still gets people because of it being what it is. I'll never forget as an undergrad, I knew somebody who was in some sort of dance club, and they were trying to have a World War One themed dance, and almost all the members would just look at them like, "You mean World War II?" No, I mean World War One. So World War II, the one with the
A
Nazis.
World War One themed what?
Like, they want to have a dance based on like the styles of the World War One era, or maybe the immediate post-war, like early 20s. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was like there was somebody from the history department I knew who was really into historical fashion. So this person really loved the aesthetic of that era, but none of the people in their club knew what World War One was, and they had a lot of trouble conveying the basic concept of what World War One was. Which you'd think because of the counting system built in, it wouldn't be that hard, but I mean, that's again like that's when I first started to realize that business majors are inherently fucked because those were the people who were the problem in that club.
Oh, yeah. That, and it's also just a general like, um, Americans just really aren't into history. Americans hate old things. You know. Um, I think that's gotten a little less though. I feel like the hatred of old stuff in some ways was a little more intense when I was a kid, which may sound counterintuitive right now because we're not in a great historic preservation moment in general. Like this isn't just some like statues of you know like Stephen Foster or Robert E. Lee I'm talking about. Uh, like the historic preservationists in New Orleans are having more problems than they used to when I was a kid. But in some ways, it feel like people were like were like why are you watching that? That's old. And I don't hear that nearly as much as I used to.
Or
Like,
yeah,
okay,
I mean,
yeah,
like I remember when we were teenagers, people would make fun of you if you listen to any song that was more than about 5 years old. It's like, what are you doing?
yeah, and there was like the desperate attempts by people to be like, "What's gonna be the next great rock band?" And I would tell them, "Dude, it's a dead genre, man. It's over." You
It's
know,
funny. Apparently, that trend in music applied to people our age, not just in America, though. Um, so I
yeah.
knew somebody from France who's our age, and she said as a teenager she once got into an intense argument with somebody saying that trying to think of the name of the band. You know the band that does the song "Pardon Me" and while I burst into flames. I don't know the name of the band.
No, don't know it.
Incubus, the band Incubus. She said Incubus was going to be bigger than the Beatles before all was said and done. And she said that she was very insistent and she feels like she won the argument at the time. And then the other guy was arguing for the Beatles. So she's like, yeah,
Well, I remember.
I feel like I won because I'm better at arguing, but ultimately I was very wrong about that.
Yeah, I remember somebody like that saying that for Oasis back when that was like a thing.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
somebody's saying that the World War One thing, they're trying to cast it on the Zoomers, but that was actually millennials because I was still in college at the time. So
yeah. No, well, we've talked about this. Zoomers to me are either like really sharp or really dumb. I believe millennials were mostly just really dumb.
I mean, because I'm trying to think back. Because I mean, I know there were a lot of people I was in class with, high school and college, uh, who were pig shit ignorant, but they could. I mean, as in they have no intellectual interest, but they do have a certain baseline level of the ability to apply themselves and squeeze out sea level work if they need to.
Mm.
Whereas, I mean, there are a lot of people now who are too soft. I don't know if they have the baseline skills to do it, but also just temperamentally they're too soft to do it anyway.
I could see that being the case. I just, uh, I just know I grew up around a lot of morons, uh, and some of that's being in New Orleans, not exactly the greatest education system around here, you know. But I don't know, and yeah, I'm also pretty hard on millennials overall, though. I think it's a, yeah, I think it, like you have this thing where you like, I think we've been around millennials long enough to give them a grade on how they've done in the world and their effect, and for me, it's an F.
Yeah. I don't know. But anyway, I mean, I remember I wasn't a big fan of most millennial cultural trends, especially from like my high school, college era. And actually, the only thing that sort of started to get where it started to get interesting is, I mean, mostly millennials built YouTube. Um, I guess that was the major cultural contribution early. And
Oh,
I've
that was
thought,
yeah.
like,
No, that was no, that was the that is that and that type of internet humor, that and internet humor in general. Oh yeah. Oh, that was exciting though. That was
oh, it
exciting.
was. Well, also, I've thought about it because somebody asked me, well, why were there so many damn skits in early YouTube? And I finally figured it out. It's because everybody my age, right before YouTube came out, a year or two before that, Chappelle Show is the biggest show for people our age, and Chappelle Show's all
Yes.
skits, and so people were trying to imitate at least the form of Chappelle Show because that was the formula for excellence.
Yeah, and you're also dealing with people who were young when the people who also remembered like Saturday Night Live's last golden era too.
Yeah,
You know
and I mean, also the
that
good thing about something like Chappelle's Show or Saturday Night Live is that these sketches were not expensive to make, which also makes it perfect YouTube fodder in the early days when it's mostly just people fucking around with cheap cameras.
yeah, and then there's also like the influence of Jackass on that as well.
Yeah, it's a big one too.
Yeah, no, no, there's a lot going on there. That's a good point, though. Yeah, you said that before about Chappelle's Show. I think you're dead on, man. I think another one too. I'm sorry, another one I would think of with that too is that, uh, yeah, a lot of early YouTube's built by millennials and such. I think though, late teens is when millennials just kind of lose that though. I'm not just talking because, oh, they're aging out. I'm like, no, they actually, the quality goes down. Not across the board, not everywhere, but, you know, I don't know. Probably the only things I could ever connect with millennials on, because it definitely wasn't music, because I thought their music just sucked. Both the music they made, the music that they thought was good, like Incubus. Yeah, Incubus sucks, okay? Old stuff's better. But I think one of the only things I ever had and like felt some kind of connection with millennials was television, both the stuff I grew up with, but also when television got good in the aughts, that golden age they talk about, and video games. Although not all video games, but enough, right? But like movies, God no. Like I know this one guy. He's still got his DVDs. Well, because he still has a DVD player. He likes DVDs. I like DVDs, but his DVD collection, like it was mostly like aughts crap, just like bad comedies. And
Yeah.
like you buy that stuff because it's like, oh, it's like a comedy, you just throw it on. And I'm just looking through his stuff, and I'm like, God, it's like such a collection of mid '90s to mid aughts, just not all of it's terrible, right? But fuck, what was it? You ever saw Blast in the Past with Brendan Fraser?
No.
It's a decent movie, but it's not like the greatest thing ever or anything. I just kind of look at it and being like, he's a fan of Lawrence of Arabia and Indiana Jones, so I gave him copies of Lawrence of Arabia and Indiana Jones, because I'm like, hey, you really like these movies. Here, get something in here that's not from the aughts.
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah,
I've noticed like you can tell a millennial bro film fan, somebody who's a casual film fan who only knows stuff from their own lifetime. So if you meet somebody who tells you that like The Dark Knight was the greatest film ever made, that's pretty much a dead giveaway. Not only that person's a millennial, but they're a bro and they were probably in a frat.
ooh, that's you got a case there. I'm gonna give you one more, okay? It's like this. It's like this. This is the older version of this. So, I'd late '90s, early aughts, met somebody who'd be like, man, I really love movies. I'm like a real connoisseur. I'd be like, okay, what's your favorite movie? And there were three they would name: either Pulp Fiction, The
Yeah.
Crow, or Usual Suspects. Now, I like all three of those movies, and I own Pulp Fiction. I don't love, well, I very close to loving Pulp Fiction. I don't think it's the most perfect movie ever, though. It's a little slow. All Tarantino's were kind of slow, but all three of those are good movies, right? But if you told me that was like the best movie you ever saw, your favorite movie, I kind of didn't take you seriously afterwards. Because not because you were stupid or anything like that, it just meant you needed to see more.
Yeah, for sure.
You needed to see something more. Because, yeah, The Crow's a pretty cool movie, man, but your favorite, The Crow? Really?
Actually, I've never seen The Crow.
Ah, dude, it's very 90s in that, like, edgy, gothy way.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the video game about it, and I also, of course, remember Sting's new look that he based on The Crow, and I know about Bruce
Yeah.
Lee's son dying on set and all that. So I know a lot about it, but I've never actually seen the movie.
I mean, I'm not, like, being like, oh, you got to see it, but it's worth it. It does pull off that 90s goth action edginess pretty well, I'd say. You know. Um, Usual Suspects is not a great movie, but it's a very well constructed movie. With the actors also really sell it, and Pulp Fiction's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. It's got a lot going on there. Um,
Yeah, Pulp
Actually, one of
Fiction's
my
fun.
favorite videos in Pulp Fiction is by our guy, the Distributist, which I haven't mentioned in a while because his stuff's kind of sucked the last few months, sadly.
Oh, really?
But I don't, well, I don't think this environment's very good for him. Like um, I won't get into like too much detail about it, but I don't think that the second year of the Trump administration, and by the way, he's not like some stupid Trumper guy, but what I mean is that I don't think this is the situation for him, you know. And he's starting to get into some wacky territory, especially when it comes to women.
Really? Okay, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like I mean he's still smart. I'm still listening to the guy, but I think he's like I think he's losing some insight there. And I think it's just because I, I think in general it's just because I think he got a little hopeful with Trump at first, and then they got dashed real quickly. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder too, like, because it seems like anytime somebody gets a little weird about women, they're going through a breakup. That seems to be a pretty reliable indicator.
Yeah, I that I say could be the case, but who the hell knows? Because I don't know the guy's personal life.
Yeah.
But you have a point there because I kind of thought the same thing. I'm like, is there even problems at home? He also, to be fair, looks tired. Doesn't look particularly happy. And also, I think also like I think in his case, there are certain people he made alliances or friendships with, and those are tattering. You know, I know he's not too happy about academic agent's turn, but that guy's doing much better than he is, I'd say. Although academic agent's videos on videos about video games is so from a Nintendo fanboy point of view. Like he's like, what's the game of the year? I'm like, what? So what Nintendo product does it this time?
Yeah, so is it going to be Mario Kart, Mario Galaxy, or Star Fox? Yeah, but or Smash Brothers. Sorry, I forgot about a major one there. Um,
I did,
yeah,
I did look into some stuff about like those computers, like Commodore 64, and was looking into like stuff about like how did Sega, how did Sega also win the European market with the Genesis? Although it was a fairly close run thing, but in the end they did sell more, you know.
right.
And apparently one reason is because uh, like in Europe, because they're at 50 megahertz instead of 60, the games are slower there. And apparently Sega did some, I don't know about visual tweaks, but apparently did music tweaks and other ones to make the games more PAL friendly. That did help apparently.
Right.
But of course they would because they already had success with the Master System, so you want to, keep that momentum going, you know. Before of course Sega nukes itself. And I was looking at the Saturn stuff as well. Like when I was texting you that I found out that the guy who took over Sega of America after Kalinsky left banned bringing over to America any RPGs or 2D games from the Saturn, which is like the two genres they were doing really well with in Japan.
Well, also, I mean, RPGs are the genre that a lot of people who say PlayStation One is one of, or like a top five console of all time. It's always they cite all the RPGs because it had a wealth of them, and a lot of those
Yeah.
actually were on Saturn in Japan, and didn't make it to the U.S. I want to say I might be wrong about Suikoden. I want to say the original Suikoden might have had a Saturn release. I know Grandia did. I think Grandia actually came out here as well. There was another one that was a big hit for PlayStation that came out in Japan. I can't think of right offhand. But I mean, yeah, if you look at it from an American perspective, you'd think Saturn didn't get anything in RPGs, which is actually not true at all. It just, Sega of America sucks.
Yeah, I like God, what a fuck up, man. I can't really think of too many I can't think of a video game collapse that severe, really, because you know, definitely not Atari. Atari still had uh, even the video game crash. Atari still had, you know, the Atari ST, which had its influences. They still had some arcade success, you know, um, afterwards. So, you know,
Well, Sega
I
reinvented
mean,
itself after the Dreamcast failure, and you know they still publish a lot of games. They also still have some IPs that are pretty profitable, and they're starting to revive Golden Axe and Streets of Rage and some of these other things.
that's good because they've been really bad with that with the IPs, you know.
Right.
Um, like,
Well, they also have a
yeah,
lot
yeah,
of things they've never made available. Like, for instance, you know, one of the most beloved beat 'em up arcades of all time was never ported, and has also never been released as like a standalone $5 or $10 game, and that would be Golden Axe: Revenge of Death Adder. And I don't
yeah.
know why they haven't put that out because that would definitely sell. Like, I don't know, as long as you keep it under 20-25 bucks, you would have instant sales before it's even releases. Or you could package it with a few others, and people would definitely buy it just for that. I mean, they'd put up with some dumb shit to get that game, um, and for some reason they've never done it, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't know why in the case of the Golden Axe one. I know that one problem, one problem we have is that, you know, we know Kalinsky's side of it with Sega of America because he's given lots of interviews and talked. A lot of those guys at Sega in Japan have not really talked to much of anybody, so we can only guess. But some things that I've kind of gathered is that stuff that was popular in the West started to have some disdain from Sega of Japan because I guess they just felt humiliated at home. And apparently, like for instance, in the case of Streets of Rage, by the time they get new execs around the time the Dreamcast is failing, and people are like, "Hey, what we should do about Streets of Rage?" They had a bunch of people come in who essentially were like, "We don't even know what that is, and we don't care,"
Yeah,
because you know,
they did try to get rid of a lot of legacy franchises. It seems like because there was no Golden Axe idea, there was no Streets of Rage. They did actually try to make a 3D Streets of Rage in the Saturn era, and there's been a lot of speculation. I think it's been confirmed that some of their early stuff was then sold to IDOS and became Fighting Force. Which
uh,
some people suck it off because it's the spiritual successor to Streets of Rage, but it's a good thing Sega didn't greenlight that and put the Streets of Rage logo on it because that game sucks.
wow, I don't even know much about it, and you know, and like that, you don't really don't want that to happen because the Final Fight 3D beat 'em up was pretty bad. You know, that didn't do any favors for that IP either, but no, like you can only speculate about some of this stuff, and I don't know. In the case of Atari, I have to really think about that. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. I don't know. I feel like Atari. I guess the Sega one just happened so quickly, and that's what it is. You know what it is? It wasn't just Atari. Everybody got fucked at once, right?
Well, I think Atari's fall off was a lot more permanent than Sega's because Sega is now one of the bigger developers. I mean, it's been a long time coming, but they have made a comeback, and they did it
Oh
mostly
no,
in the PS2 era by dividing their third party support, things that would have been Dreamcast games, between the other three consoles. Like, so you had the
no,
bot.
Atari's is bigger in that regard, yes. What I mean though is that Atari, everybody got screwed pretty much at the same time, except for like Nintendo.
Well, the other thing too is we're not quite old enough to actually give a fuck about Atari or have any kind of emotional connection to it.
I'm sorry, you're not emotionally connected to Area 51.
I mean, I do like that game, but I mean, by that point, I wasn't thinking of Atari as, you know, the big mainstay in gaming, and also Area 51, I think, was Midway. But
No, it was Atari, man.
you sure?
Yeah, no, it was actually it's considered their last big arcade hit. They sold 10,000 units apparently.
They also had Maximum Force, which is the same exact engine as Area 51.
Also, got to say, not surprised, man. Their Area 51 was everywhere to the point where I thought you might see it in prison. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you go to lockup, they have an Area 51 console, seem to let off some steam.
Yeah, no, Area 51's a good game, but I actually thought it was Midway for some reason. Anyway,
But no,
yeah,
actually, wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, because I like by the time that I was around, I knew about Atari 2600 because my uncle still had one in the basement of my grandparents' house, but it wasn't plugged in.
Yeah.
It just had cool box art. And then I asked him about it. He's like, "Yeah, this stuff's old. It sucks." And then I never really asked any more questions. Um,
Yeah. I mean,
and then,
what I was telling you is that I think what I was telling you about that was that the Nintendo people would still like blow some dust off of it and play it every once in a while. The Atari 2600 just got left behind. You
yeah,
know, uh, they they were still pretty big in the arcades into the, like around Pit Fighter. That's kind of when it dies off. The 90s are not kind to Atari. You're
yeah,
right.
Pit
We're a little
Fighter
too young to
sucks.
have nostalgia for that. I guess what I mean is that um, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, Sega has a very quick, sudden fall off, and PlayStation just takes their place right away. You're right. Sega does have a comeback. I mean, there was a minute there where I thought this company is going to be gone, like gone, gone, right?
Yeah,
And Atari's fall off is bigger over time. But what I mean is that it wasn't just Atari; a whole bunch of people got slayed all at once, suffered
yeah.
major all at once. It
Well,
was,
actually,
you know,
it's interesting with Sega's comeback because I feel like they got lucky with their comeback in a lot of ways. And a lot of it is they figured out how to license things out. So a lot of the things we talk about as Sega products now are actually developed by others and published by Sega, and Sega still
yeah.
licenses the rights. I don't know how much in-house development they do outside of Sonic at this point, but I mean, yeah, actually their biggest earner I think is officially Yakuza rather than Sonic.
Is that a good game series? Never played it.
I really enjoy Yakuza a lot. Yeah, it's basically I've heard it called Grand Theft Auto, but with martial arts rather than guns. And it's got a lot of side quest content. It's got a lot of humor, but also it can be gritty at times. I mean, yeah, if you get a chance to play Yakuza Zero, that's probably and it's also set in the bubble economy of the '80s, so I think you actually might enjoy
Oh,
that one.
interesting, man. Fascinating. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. That was a smart move on their. That was definitely a smart move on their part. Apparently, they did some restructuring in the aughts that also really helped them out too. You know,
Yeah,
Atari had its other problems we won't even get into per se. That's all I meant was that it just they got there. Everybody was getting hurt all at once. I mean, one of the ones I was looking into recently also was looking at those computer games of the '80s. Like I said, um, there was like a computer boom in sales that fell off very quickly right after the video game crash because those computers were just not particularly easy to use and they didn't have the best manuals for it. And also, they oversold the computers as like, hey, this will help you, with your life in general, like help you organize things and help you with doing reports. And instead, it was just a pain in the ass, and you could still do that stuff normally in the '80s. And so, something like Commodore 64 survived as it did because it was easy to program for, and they had so many games. I mean, so many games. So Commodore 64 essentially just becomes a gaming platform, an affordable gaming platform where you can get a whole lot of games in a lot of different genres too. And
yeah.
people still program for it, man. Like I was looking at the Commodore 64 fan page, looking up some information on some old games. And I was like, "What's the top 100 rated Commodore 64 games on this fan page?" Number 29 is Sonic the Hedgehog, which is from 2021. So apparently somebody made a good Commodore 64 port of Sonic the Hedgehog a few years ago.
Interesting. Okay, I had
And it
no
has
idea.
really positive reviews on the site. And also Super Mario Brothers was made for Commodore 64 apparently a few years ago and also has really good reviews. You
Yeah,
know, uh,
it's some of the retro scene. I'm always fascinated by the skill and dedication of some of the people in the retro gaming scene. I mean, there's somebody developing, I think, in Russia, a port of Resident Evil for Genesis,
it's great, man.
and
That's that
somebody's also
one.
making a Symphony of the Night port for Genesis as well. And both of those are coming along pretty well. And also, somebody's
Oh,
doing a
excellent.
Rondo of Blood port for Genesis. So apparently, Genesis is the best one to develop for because it's the easiest. Um, so
You know what I would like if somebody could do we could do a Genesis port of, even though the music's not as good on there, but Genesis port of Liberty or Death.
They already have
And
that.
no, 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 no. What I mean is with modified officer stats, to where
Oh,
it's
that'd just
like,
be a ROM hack. That'd be pretty easy.
ROM hack. I mean, I don't know how to do that, but if I could, I'd want to get on there and just be like, hey, can we make it to where British regulars are actually kind of fucking scary? You know, when they
Y-
need to be.
Actually, I think with some of the AI that's out now, I think you can have AI do stuff like that for you. I might be wrong about that, but I think if it's just a ROM hack, that is, if you have the right AI tool, I think you can pretty much get it to do that kind of stuff for you.
Wow. And by the way, I don't mean making the Americans like weak and pathetic, you know. I just think that the game they overcompensated. They made the Americans too juiced. They were like, oh, the Britain has the better navy and the money, but I'm like, that doesn't matter as much, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, well, the
uh,
thing is, like, I think a part of it, the Japanese thinking in that, because the Japanese people made the game, is they're like, well, we're gonna sell more copies in America, so let's suck their dicks a little bit.
they did not make the Japanese did not make it. By the way, it turns out.
Really, it's
Um,
Koei though.
no, it is published by Koei. What happened is uh, Liberty or Death was made by a guy working for Koei in America, and he's the guy who later on worked on Diablo 2. I was like I think lead guy on Diablo 2. I'll look that up real quick. But no, I found that out recently. Liberty or Death was made in like California, and Koei said we like it. So I think they even ported it over to yeah, they did bring it to Japan. But it's yeah, Stieg Hedlund, the guy who
Nice.
did yeah. So there you go, man. Liberty or Death. That was an American game. Which, by the way, may explain why it doesn't. The music has that rough sound that it has, because American Genesis guys for the music, they always gave them, with the Gems music processor or software. You know about this? So if you
Not
make
offhand.
an American Sega Genesis game, Sega gave gave American developers a soundboard that was harder to work with, or just wasn't as good as the one in Japan. And so a lot of gym games that use the Gems music processor, that's a lot of the, not all the time. Some of them do sound good, but a lot of your worst Sega Genesis music was made on Gems. You can look it up sometime, man. It's interesting.
Huh. I guess that might explain why some of the Sega Japan people were so mad when Sega of America had such a big role in Sonic 2.
Well, yeah. Well, I did also hear that the guy who did Sonic One got pissed at Sonic. I got pissed at Sonic of. I'm sorry, Sega of Japan, and ran to America to work with them instead on
Yeah,
Sonic Two,
well,
bringing
he had
staff.
to fight hard because the beginning of Sonic 1 where they have the Sega. Well, that apparently
Yeah,
took up about an eighth of that cartridge, just the Sega sound effect. And he had to fight them hard because his whole thing is like, look, we're trying to establish this game has high quality, arcade kind of sound, and this will catch people's attention at the beginning. And pretty much all the execs said no, so this guy had to throw a fit to get that in there. And then, of course, it became iconic, and he was right, but he still made enemies in the process.
that's crazy. Wow, man, I had no idea. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like most of the executives in Sega of Japan, especially, were not great, and there was also some of it was just. It's the same thing with Nintendo, but I think Nintendo was slightly more open-minded when it came to dealing with, say, the British studio Rare, which they trusted. But I mean, most of these developers and executives were very much Japanese supremacist, and they effectively said, "Look, we have to be careful about what we release abroad because most gamers are too dumb to play the games we develop. They're not as smart as we are, so we have to only release the dumb stuff for little kids, or we need to nerf the difficulty sometimes." Or they'll say other things like, "Look, non-Japanese people do not understand gaming. They're not capable of making a good game."
That's so stupid.
And so
You
eventually,
know,
Western studios start cranking stuff out, and the Japanese are like, "Well, that's a fluke. That's a fluke. That's a fluke." Okay, maybe they actually can make games.
what the other one too is thinking about that is that the reverse of that trend happens where they go, wait a second, the rental market's big. If they can beat these games, so then Castlevania 3 and Ninja Gaiden 3 are way easier in Japan than America.
Yeah, also another good example of that is Streets of Rage 3 because
Yes,
2 was a
another
fairly
one.
easy
Yeah.
game, and the Japanese audience complained about it, so before they ported it to America, they upped the difficulty and made it too hard.
Yeah,
I'm very good at beat 'em ups. I've only beaten Streets of Rage 3 on medium once, and I did not get one of
well,
the good endings. I barely scraped by and got a shit ending. So and if there's one genre of games I'm good at, is beat 'em up. So yeah.
wow, man, yeah, damn. So I didn't. God, I forgot there were multiple endings in that game. But yeah,
There's
no, no,
three or
that's
four.
Oh wow, okay, man, that's good for replay value. See that would be more interesting. That would be have been a better thing than the difficulty thing. Like, Lance beat Ninja Gaiden 3, and I saw him beat it, but man, he was like, I mean, he was very much like until Battletoads, he was like, this is the hardest shit I've ever had to beat. You know? Yeah, fuck, man. Anyways, what do we got next?
That is it. We're out of material.
Oh, we are, man. Well,
Yep.
here we are, just rambling on about the glory days of Commodore 64,
Yeah.
or why Sega of Japan is just like we just kind of shake our heads and go, "What the hell happened here?"
Right.
I do still do that. I still go like, "What the hell did happen here?"
Right.
So yeah, whenever we're gonna do the next part of the video game stream, I'll get you a list of a bunch of PC games to put on there.
Okay. And I guess if we're doing it in three parts because of the way we've been doing it, next time will be 97, 98, and then the final part will be 99 and 2000.
Yeah, all right. And there may be a little bit of backtracking on some computer games that weren't talked about before.
Okay.
Um, yeah, since that's like, once again, that's like really what me and Danny were getting into at the time. Although, on that note too, maybe I don't know, I don't know, maybe sometime talk about early computer games, like the early '90s ones, because I played a bunch of those at the time, like uh, like Colonization. Hell, I even played like old Civilization in like
Yeah.
'98. I mean, I mean, it's a good game,
Yeah, I remember
you
I
know.
played the original Civilization once my dad got a zip drive. Like you remember those 100 megabyte zip disk, and then they had the
Oh
500
yeah.
megabyte ones. Yeah, so when he got that, his friend Earl made some copies of games like Civilization and gave it to us. And I think Earl mostly, I mean, I guess he gave those to my dad, but I think he knew that I'd probably be the one to play them because I guess I was, what, sixth or seventh grade at the time. So, but
Well,
yeah,
one of them that's really was good was what Civilization 2, and one of the reasons why is because you could create your own scenarios.
yeah.
And so Civ 2 still has a community that makes scenarios. And it's a great, I mean, Civilization 2 is a great game. Fantastic. Definitely one of the best sequels I've ever played, you know. But although yeah, to be fair though, I mean if we talked about like anything before the 1990s, man, I don't have much personal experience. I just know what I've read in other history things because history of video games really fascinates me, especially lately, you know. Which I think is probably because I'm looking back on it and I'm thinking like what is like the creative thing I saw personally that uh, was the one I was there for most and found most interesting. And I'm going to give it to video games before I would give it to aughts internet stuff. And that's because even if they still make good video games, but the internet has kind of just sucks now, you know.
Well, I mean, I
You know
don't want
what
to get
I
into dead internet theory, but I mean, yeah,
mean?
there
like
there's not as much. Like I remember, we had that thread with Luke talking about GI Joe, and he linked some recent video of GI Joe, a recent fan video, and that made literally no goddamn sense at all as a parody.
oh no, you remember was that the one he sent today, the Transformers one?
No, it was a couple days ago. I didn't see the one today.
Oh, I don't think I don't, maybe I didn't see that one. I have to check that out. I have to look at that. I don't know, you know. Yeah, I just like the direction of the internet is, I mean, I don't know, just I guess also just the the shit like when I found out that, Mortal Kombat had essentially a four-man team, you know? Like stuff like that where you go, wow, there's I mean, they had some other people with them, right? But it's like mostly just four people, you know? Or finding out that what Disney's Aladdin, not the Sega Genesis Aladdin was made in 6 months. That's
Right.
because it was going to be a disaster, and then they brought in Disney animators to help them out, which is also why it just looks so good. Stuff like that, or like Centipede was made for Atari, and the only woman designer they had made it, and she had some interesting ideas about it, and she had it for gardening, so they decided to advertise Centipede to women, and so Centipede became like one of the arcade, along with like Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man, became an arcade cabinet that could bring women in. Besides which, Centipede's a great arcade game. A great classic arcade game. Just I don't know, just shit like this. I just find it infinitely more interesting than reading about internet personalities who then went straight down the shitter. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I guess to be fair, because a lot of internet personalities make it famous at a young age and have no real foundation, and a lot of them were people who, um,
Yeah.
didn't really have a clear career path laid out because they, were just kind of drifting a little bit and they got famous on the internet fucking around. I mean, it's not surprising that they've had some turbulence. I mean, how could they not? I mean, they're kind of just following the path they were always following, except that they had a little bit of success early on that was the unanticipated variable. Um,
Yeah, that's pretty dead on. And then like um in some cases didn't actually have any kind of vision beyond hi, I'm famous on the internet and I'm just going to keep talking or doing whatever I'm doing. It might be, probably one of the reasons why Rolf at least has had longevity is that, he's into filmmaking. He has pretensions of being, well, he made a movie, a bad movie, but he still made a movie.
yep.
Like he had some kind of like, he had I don't mean he's pretentious, but he had artistic pretensions that some of these other people just didn't have, or they got drenched
Yeah.
in drama.
No, that's the reason why a lot of the younger creators who have come along have not managed to knock off the old guard. It's because the old guard, people our age and older, like Red Letter Media. I mean, they're like in their late 40s now. But the thing is, they have a skill set before they started doing YouTube. They had a knowledge base before YouTube, and so they're just making videos about stuff they already know some stuff about. Whereas I think now the idea is like, I'm gonna be an influencer. About what? I'll figure that out later. Will I bother to become good at the thing I'm making videos about? No. Will I do reading about it? No. Will I acquire credentials? No. I'm just gonna go be this thing.
I
And I
think
mean, that's
there's a lot
honestly
of truth.
why there are not that many. I mean, I'm not saying there are none, because obviously there are. But I mean, if you look at anybody who's had any kind of sustained success, they have some reason for being there, and they have some defensible level of skill at whatever they're doing. It's not just somebody who's like, I want to be famous for a thing and I want to do zero work. That doesn't work. Unless you want to be a
Yeah, generally.
lolcow. That's actually a really good way to become a lolcow. Um, but aside from that, it's not a very good way to do YouTube or any other platform.
Yeah, no, I couldn't have said that better myself. Dead on, man. Dead on. Uh,
Actually, a great
like, oh, I
example.
did.
There's
Oh,
a. Oh,
oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say
No, you go ahead.
one of the more notorious locales on YouTube was a guy named Jared Genesis, who I mean he's famous for being a PDF file, unfortunately. But
Oh, damn.
the other thing he's known for is trying to do let's plays and then not knowing how to play, and also being too dense to know that that's kind of a problem. That he fucking sucks
Holy
at every
hell.
game. And when I say he sucks, I mean he's one of the worst gamers I've ever seen in my life. Like it's like if you asked your mom to play a game, you know, that he's that level of bad.
Holy hell.
And so like if it weren't for the you know, the things he's confessed about his sexual preferences, I would assume that he's a super elaborate and very talented troll.
Wow. Holy fuck, man.
Well, that and my other favorite thing about him is like every time he starts to gain support, he'll then forget his own fucking password and delete his account. And then also he thinks he's a bodybuilder even though he's a fat guy, and he talks about working out, but he clearly doesn't.
Oh, that's amazing. God,
No, like
no,
everything
man. That
about him,
guy,
like if it weren't for that, you know, thing we mentioned earlier, like if he just wasn't that, he'd be everybody's favorite YouTuber.
oh, I'd sorry. I had one last thing to mention. One last question. It's a bit random. I've never seen this guy, so I have no comment beyond like but fat guys that talk about working out always will be funny. You have played. Did you play the Nintendo game Adventures of Lolo?
No.
All right, it was one of the first games ever, and I was looking at it again, and I forgot how catchy the music is. So I think maybe check that out, man. Like Adventures of Lolo. It's a puzzle game, excellent game, one of the best in the system. It's actually but by the way, it's in Japan it had several games. This was just one of them. That's kind of I think a blending of two of the games. So we've actually in America we've never really seen the full extent of Lolo's adventures, but that particular Nintendo game is really really good. But check it out just to hear the music.
Okay.
I dare you that not to just get stuck in your head.
Adventures of Lolo. Okay.
I can hear it right now. Also, it has a
Nice.
great intro, one of the best Nintendo intros ever. So well done. So, anyways, all right, man. I think that's pretty much that. Uh we'll do we'll essentially for next time we just look at the Battle of Ball's Bluff and the Union and Confederate armies are essentially not doing much of anything. And then the one after that will be the planning and execution of the Peninsula campaign, which will not really cover the naval part. We'll let Neil do that. I'll do the land part, which will be Siege of Yorktown, Battle of Williamsburg, Battle of Seven Pines.
All right.
All right. I was trying to bring a guy in for that to help us, but I haven't. I don't think I've heard back from him. I'll have to check and see again. But if I haven't by mid June, I can do it myself. And then after that, I got somebody for everything else.
All right. The other piece of news about potential guests going forward is I did hear back with positive interest from the guy Brett Devereaux, who is a Roman's like weapons specialist.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, weapons, tactics, all that kind of stuff. So the nitty gritty of Roman warfare. So hopefully within the next few weeks, I'll be able to figure out a date with Brett. So anyway,
Oh, excellent, man. Yeah, and hopefully of course you'll be going talking to Taylor again. Are you gonna do the what are you gonna do? First, second? Well, you already done the first. We're gonna
we
do
did the
second, third,
first.
fourth.
So I think second will be this time. I'm still waiting to hear back. And I guess after that, he's talked in the past about wanting to do Scipio Africanus. He's also talked about Third Punic War. So, I mean, those are in the works. And then tomorrow, actually, in less than 12 hours at 1 o'clock, I'll be doing a stream with John Hyland on the Achaemenid Persians.
Oh, cool. That drops tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So I'll have to
All right, man. I'll listen to that as soon as I have a minute, man. That sounds excellent. Also, just so you know, I'll be out of town June 4th to 12th. So my plan is to do Balls Bluff June 1st, if that sounds good.
Let me see. It says that's next week, right? Next Monday.
Yeah.
Um, I guess we can do it. Yeah, next week is gonna be a fucking bitch for me, but as long as you're the one doing the work for the stream, it should be okay. Because otherwise, like, I'll be working all day right before that, and then throughout the week,
Yeah, no,
grading some stuff.
don't worry, I'll do everything, and I don't think I'll have any I don't know. I don't think I have any health problems. All right, I think I'll be okay.
All right.
I was I mean, anyways. But who knows? Like this thing's been lingering for a minute, so we'll see. I definitely didn't expect it to be feeling bad yesterday like I did.
All
Really
right.
didn't expect that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
yeah, I
What?
did notice one thing we forgot to talk about because I think Michael and I covered things fairly well, but one thing I definitely did a lot of shortcuts on was the post failure to take Quebec City part of the campaign. So I think I might have
Oh.
oversimplified that a little bit because I forgot to mention just how much of an American buildup there was before Burgoyne chased them out.
To be fair, there's so little written about that part,
Yeah,
you
and
know.
partly it's because it's an extremely embarrassing campaign for the Americans, and it's also a lot of command confusion because they appointed a new general to replace Montgomery. He got sick and died of smallpox early
Yeah,
during the middle
John
of the
Thomas.
campaign. Yeah, Thomas got sick of smallpox, dies. Wooster rage quit because he was passed over, and basically everybody hated him. Um, and then you get a guy named Thompson who I've never heard of before, and he's in charge for a minute. And then of course Sullivan shows up as a brigadier. Now he's senior. They attack at Three Rivers. Thompson gets killed in action, and then at that point they finally decide between Sullivan and Arnold. It's like, okay, let's get out of here before we get destroyed.
Wait, Thompson didn't die?
He did.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh?
he died in the assault at Three Rivers.
Okay. I just remember I don't remember him dying. I remember him getting captured.
Or maybe he got captured. I don't remember. Either way, he's out though.
Yeah, he gets captured. He gets
Okay.
captured, man.
Well, he.
Fun thing about him though, in Liberty or Death, he's a beast.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, Liberty or Death, he's a fucking terror, man. Like I've ever see Thompson on the screen as a Brit, he's easily in their top 10 generals in the game. And then in the war, I'm like, yeah, he fought in one battle, got captured. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, because his tactical plan, I don't know if his intel was outdated or what, but I mean, he was planning to do Three Rivers, then Sullivan shows up. They delay a little bit and then do it. And by that point, the British regulars are dug in, and so they attacked entrenched regulars, and it went exactly as you would think it would go.
You do you want to do a quick stream on that sometimes so I can make
Uh,
up for that?
I mean, we can mention it when we talk about New York. Maybe it shouldn't take more than like 15 minutes. I mean, I just wanted to make sure we hit those little details. But I mean, I don't want to go into any kind of super detailed description of that retreat because it is just a disorganized clusterfuck. There's a
Mhm.
reason why you can't really make a good narrative of it because it's just the British slowly advance forward and the Americans just their pants, and that's pretty much the campaign.
God, that's terrible. All right, man. Well, all right. Sorry about that yesterday, you know.
That's all right. It's not
But
your
anyway,
fault, man.
nah, thanks, man. It's not well. It's not just you. Other stuff got screwed up and delayed too, which I have to take care of tomorrow at this point. But anyways, I'm pretty much done, man.
All right. Well, I'm done too. So everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. So we will see you. I'll see you tomorrow in about 11 hours. Um, and I'll also see you on Friday. And then I'll see you on Monday too. So I'll see you guys a lot. Until then, peace out and let's get some sleep. So take it easy, everybody. Thank you for showing up tonight.